Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 31-37. With the original incipient grade creator divine weapon, the endless door, the golden rock swallows the sky, and the chaos demonic ancestor was much stronger than the chaos saint's son, the power of the golden rock swallows the sky was several times stronger than before. At least, the power that the chaos demonic ancestor showed in front of Long Chen was almost the same as the original ancestor. However, the original ancestor's rule was more amazing. The golden rock swallows the sky. Under the heaven and earth golden body, the power of the golden rock swallows the sky increased greatly. To Long Chen, the giant beast in front of him, which was even bigger than a continent, was crushing him like a speck of dust. I will deal with the Chaos God clan, but it has nothing to do with you. If you don't have the ability, you don't have to worry about it. The will of the chaos demonic ancestor suppressed him. No matter how powerful the golden rock swallows the sky was, it couldn't scare Long Chen. At this time, it seemed like the entire world was about to be swallowed by the chaos demonic ancestor, let alone a speck of dust like him. However, at this time Long Chen, who was holding two original incipient grade creator divine weapons in his hands, fearlessly rushed toward the giant beast that was as big as a continent. The rule power in his heart swept over his body, and the ancestral dragon's rule exploded from his body. Chaotic catastrophe. First, the rule of the chaotic catastrophe dragon slashed out from the two swords. Black lightning and the aura of disaster were like two rolling dragons, roaring up to the starry sky. Under the golden rock swallows the sky, the speed was even more terrifying as it rushed toward the endless door. At this moment, the power of the chaotic catastrophe fused in front of the endless door and exploded instantly. Rumble. Under the chaotic attack of the chaotic catastrophe, the endless door shook violently. The chaos demonic ancestor screamed in surprise. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. Therefore, the rule of the golden rock swallows the sky was broken by Long Chen in a short time. Instantly, the power of the golden rock swallows the sky was greatly reduced. Before, it couldn't threaten Long Chen, let alone now. After the chaotic catastrophe destroyed the stability of the endless door, Long Chen didn't hold back. He temporarily put away the great void monster sword and then controlled the ghost blood curse with both hands. Of Ghost Blood Curse. Rebirth Slash. The Rebirth Slash, which was a fusion of the Karma and Slaughter laws, was Long Chen's strongest offensive move. He used the Chaos Disaster to disrupt his opponent's rhythm, and then used the Rebirth Slash. In an instant, the Rebirth Slash was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. The sword rainbow soared into the sky and instantly arrived in front of the sky-swallowing rock. The speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy of this rule completely exceeded the endurance of the Chaos Demon ancestor. At this moment, Long Chen instantly reversed the battle situation with his powerful combat power and gained the absolute upper hand. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing rock used its heaven and earth golden body to block the Rebirth Slash. The Rebirth Slash didn't seem strong, so he hadn't expected that it would be so powerful when it struck his wings. With a tearing sound, one of the sky-swallowing rock's golden wings was almost severed by the Rebirth Slash. The chaos demonic ancestor let out an earth-shattering cry. Although the body of the sky-swallowing rock wasn't severely injured, it didn't have much combat power before it recovered. Long Chen. The chaos demon ancestor let out a sinister roar. He originally thought that he could get rid of Long Chen, but he didn't expect this kid to be so terrifying. No wonder he had the guts to make a bet with him. And no wonder the three heavenly Tao divine emperors acknowledged Long Chen. Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Why are you afraid? Long Chen smiled faintly and charged forward again. He was a tiny speck of dust, but he shocked the largest monster in the world. You've angered me. The Chaos Demon ancestor understood that it was time to fight to the death. He smiled ferociously. With his terrifying recovery ability, the golden wings that had been cut off began to recover. At the same time, two other huge beasts appeared beside him. They were the equally huge space-devouring tiger and the time Kuan. Together, they formed the Kuan ancestor beast. The three beasts prostrated themselves in front of Long Chen. The spatial devouring tiger was completely gray and seemed to be one with space. The time leviathan was like a transparent fish swimming in the river of time, disappearing in a flash, its figure indistinguishable. The moment the three surrounded him, another rule that Long Chen was familiar with appeared. It was the chaos killing formation that the Chaos Saint's son had used when he was in his most desperate state. At this moment, the Chaos Demon ancestor was almost forced to this extent by Long Chen. In fact, He thought that he had overestimated Long Chen, so he used the universe-breaking rule. Then, he used the endless door and the sky-swallowing rock, which he hadn't used for a long time. However, he didn't expect that Long Chen would break them and even get injured. In that case, he could only use the chaos-killing formation. Universe Monster Blade, Endless Door, as the eye of the formation. The moment the three giant beasts surrounded him, the chaos-killing formation was born. Unlike the Chaos Saint Sun, the Chaos Demon Ancestor used the two original incipient grade creator divine weapons as the foundation of the chaos-killing formation. The terrifying formation appeared in an instant. It was undeniable that this was the #1 formation in all worlds. It was the chaos-killing formation of the Kuan Ancestor Beast, the combination of all the rules. At this moment, the formation swept over, and with the two original incipient grade creator divine weapons as the foundation, it completely trapped Long Chen. Long Chen, be careful of this chaos-killing formation. Yes, this is the Ancestor's most lethal rule. The other three sovereigns couldn't help but remind Long Chen. Don't worry. At this moment, the three giant beasts had joined the chaos-killing formation. The real battle had begun. Next, the entire chaos-killing formation would erupt with all kinds of the Kuan Ancestor Beasts rules until Long Chen was killed. It was an endless bombardment. Moreover, it was 3 against 1. The Ancestor's 3 bodies appeared to be able to resist the 3 of us for a short time. Therefore, among the 4 of us, the Ancestor is the strongest. Long Chen, if you can defeat the Ancestor, you will be the strongest in all worlds. At this moment, the other 3 sovereigns were still admiring Long Chen. They also knew that Long Chen had defeated the original Ancestor, but they didn't see it with their own eyes. Therefore, this time, they still felt a little uncertain. However, they didn't know that from the beginning until now, Long Chen hadn't used his ultimate weapon, the primordial dragon pagoda. When the chaos-killing formation erupted, the God's Hand, the endless divine trace, the time blade, the golden rock swallowing the sky, the devouring primal chaos, the heaven and earth golden body, and the end of time appeared one after another, Long Chen was in the most dangerous position of the chaos-killing formation. He used his primordial dragon pagoda and completely fused with his body. In that instant, Long Chen's strength increased explosively after fusing with the primordial dragon pagoda's creation divine power. In his eyes, the 3 giant beasts couldn't escape his eyes. Previously, it was the chaos-killing formation that allowed Long Chen to comprehend the rebirth chop. Now, after fusing with the primordial dragon pagoda, his first attack was the rebirth chop. His target, the space-devouring tiger. With the support of the primordial dragon pagoda and the ghost blood curse, the rebirth chop exploded with unprecedented power. In a split second, before the Chaos Ancestor could react, the rebirth chop tore apart the chaos-killing formation and ruthlessly struck the space-devouring tiger. In that instant, the space-devouring tiger let out a furious roar as its body was almost torn in half. The power of slaughter and karma rushed in and locked onto the space-devouring tiger. Destiny Killer Art. The Time Leviathan's speed was the fastest and couldn't be chased. Long Chen used the Great Void Demon Sword to release the Destiny Killer Art in another direction. The Destiny Killer Art also contained the power of time and chased after the Time Leviathan. The Time Leviathan tried to escape in fear, but it couldn't get far before it was hit by the Destiny Killer Art. In the chaos-killing formation, all the rules of time were shattered. In the Star River, the Time Leviathan turned into a white jade statue and remained motionless. In the end, Long Chen struck out 2 more times. It was the Chaos Calamity. At this moment, the chaos-killing formation had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. The sky-devouring rock had just recovered when it was hit by the Chaos Calamity. The black lightning spread all over its body and the gray Calamity Chi turned into a hand that pressed down on the sky-devouring rock, making it look like a sky-devouring chicken. In an instant, the 3 giant beasts were defeated. The chaos-killing formation collapsed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Not to mention the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. Even the 3 rulers were shocked. They finally realized how strong Long Chen was at this moment. Impossible. Even if the Chaos Demonic Ancestor didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny it. He had seen Long Chen's 3rd original incipient grade creator divine weapon. At the same time, he could control 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. He was already considered a powerful existence. He had surpassed the 4 rulers. The 3 bodies were heavily injured and couldn't maintain such a state. Therefore, They turned into 3 beams of light and gathered together to form the human form of the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. This was the only form he could maintain. When the Chaos Demonic Ancestor returned to his human form, Long Chen appeared in front of the pale-faced Chaos Demonic Ancestor. Before the Chaos Demonic Ancestor could react, a blood-colored venomous snake in Long Chen's hand completely entangled the opponent to death. The dark blood curse surrounded the heavily injured Chaos Demonic Ancestor, making him unable to move. Once he moved, the snake-like dark blood curse would pierce his body and he would die. "I don't want to kill you. You'd better not move," Long Chen said indifferently. Another original incipient grade. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor experienced the most terrible shock. The original incipient grade creator divine weapons that entangled him made him feel helpless. He didn't expect that Long Chen had already controlled 4 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. In this aspect alone, he was already the absolute number 1 in 10,000 worlds. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor had to admit that Long Chen was stronger than him. So, just as Long Chen used the dark blood curse to entangle his opponent, the Great Void Demon Sword pierced through the Chaos Demonic Ancestor's head. The core of the time tunnel was gently picked up by Long Chen and fell into his hand. "You dare to take this? This belongs to me. I just let you keep it." A relaxed smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Everything was settled. Chapter 31-38. Limited time to buy. 2015 Summer New Korean Edition Male T-shirt Short Sleeves Silk Glossy Cotton Genuine German BMW Men's Casual T-shirt. Limited time to buy. Toe Transparent Super Thin Hidden Transparent Pantyhose. $9 US. Give it to your girlfriend, hee hee. Support the development of the website. Shop Taobao from here. Go. Chapter 31-32. By heroes in troubled times. Long Chen quickly controlled the core of the time tunnel. To him, this was simply a treasure. Back then, in order to obtain the time tunnel, Long Chen had spent a lot of effort, only to let the Chaos Demon Ancestor obtain it first. Now, it was practically Long Chen's only chance to snatch back the core. If the Chaos Demon Ancestor hid back in the Eternal Whirlpool, Long Chen would not be able to do anything to him. This time, Long Chen had shockingly defeated the Chaos Demon Ancestor. Of course, only he and the other 3 rulers knew about it. Right now, the experts of the myriad worlds were worried about the invitation to the Chaos Divine Realm. Fortunately, the rulers had already made their move. Before they made their move, all the experts were on standby, waiting for the orders of the 4 rulers. Almost no one knew about the battle that happened here. Even so, the Chaos Demon Ancestor was deeply defeated in his heart, especially when he was unable to move after losing the battle and was firmly controlled by Long Chen. Even the core of the time tunnel had been snatched away by Long Chen. Long Chen, in the bet, you did not mention anything about the core of the time tunnel. However, in the bet, there is no rule that states that after I defeat you, I cannot take your things. Furthermore, this is my thing to begin with, so it's not of much use to you even if you want it. I'm already being polite by not snatching your Universe Demon Blade and Endless Gate. In this regard, Long Chen would definitely not back down. The Chaos Demon Ancestor took a deep breath. He was truly unconvinced. But when he recalled, Long Chen had indeed defeated him head-on. Meanwhile, Long Chen spoke in a low voice. "Ancestor, now that the battle is over, you should be aware of my current ability. But at the very least, I'm a reasonable person, and I've never felt that there's enmity between us. The saint's choice is his own responsibility, and I can't stop him. Now that the undercurrent of the myriad worlds is surging, I hope that you can see the current situation clearly and focus on the overall situation." Most likely, the 3 hegemons were trying to persuade him as well. "That's enough. I'm not an unreasonable person. This time, I admit defeat." The Chaos Demon Ancestor's battle prowess could not be underestimated. Long Chen had to use all his strength to truly suppress his opponent. After all, he was one of the 4 hegemons. "Thank you, Ancestor." After completing the mission, Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. "You don't have to be polite with me. I know what you're capable of now. I'm the one who lost face today. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the primal Chaos Divine Realm hadn't appeared, you would be the number 1 expert in the myriad of worlds right now. You're the supreme expert of the myriad of worlds, and you're still so young. Naturally, you're the greatest miracle born in this world. I believe that it won't be long before the entire myriad worlds will be filled with your legend. It would be foolish of me to remain your enemy. An existence like you is a miracle to me. He can no longer be described as a genius. Ancestor, what do you think is a better description? The Chaos Demon Ancestor said. You don't have the nerve to ask me a question when you don't undo it? I'm sorry. Now that the time tunnel was in Long Chen's hands, he didn't have to worry about the Chaos Demon Ancestor suddenly escaping. He put away the Blood Nether Curse and returned the Chaos Demon Ancestor's freedom. Although he was injured in front of Long Chen, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. I can't find a word to describe it. Just look at the situation between the 5 of us and the primal chaos divine race. Maybe you'll die. If that's the case, no matter how I describe you today, it's just a joke. In my opinion, you're now stronger than the 4 of us. That means you're a thorn in the side of the supreme expert of the primal chaos divine race. The probability of you dying in battle is much higher than us. Long Chen knew that although the Chaos Demon Ancestor was still giving him a hard time on the surface, he had already admitted it in his heart. There was nothing wrong with his nature. In this matter, he should focus on the overall situation. In that case, time is of the essence. I'll take you to Pangu Continent first. The foundation of the life and death realms was on Pangu Continent. It was very easy for Long Chen to go there. Let's go. Long Chen naturally had to figure out the core of the time tunnel, but not now. He had to figure it out in the next few days. He had to go to Pangu Continent first. So, he opened the Dragon Gate of Death and went in with the Chaos Demon Ancestor. Is this a world similar to the time tunnel? It's wonderful. I guess you've obtained the inheritance of a dead world. That's why you're so strong. The Chaos Demon Ancestor looked at the sea of blood around him and said indifferently. More or less. Ancestor, please wait for a moment. The Death Realm Dragon Gate in the Dragonrite continent still existed. Long Chen would leave this place and set up several new Death Realm Dragon Gates. After all, in 10 days, he would have to return here. At that time, he would have to return with the 4 hegemons. Then, he and the Chaos Demon Ancestor would come out from the entrance of the Dragon Gate of Death on Pangu Continent. In just a flash, you have arrived at Pangu Continent from the easternmost region. No wonder you are not afraid of anything. With these 2 worlds of life and death, you are almost invincible. My son is really stupid to compete with you. Too bad. The Chaos Demon Ancestor could only sigh. The time tunnel might have the same ability, but I can see that although I'm proficient in the laws of time, I can't control it deeply. I can only use it a little. It seems that the time tunnel was indeed prepared for you. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was truly convinced now. Long Chen's rise was too fast. When he arrived at Pangu Continent, the ancient god of desolation was already waiting for him. In the tall barbarian world, he was like an ordinary skinny old man. Ancestor, it's been a long time. The ancient god of desolation smiled. Yes, you old man. Why aren't you dead yet? The Chaos Demon Ancestor was still a little unhappy, but this was his temper. It had always been like this. That was why he had more contact with the 3 hegemons of the human race, but he basically didn't have much contact with the human race. In fact, they even had conflicts in the past. The 2 of you can chat first. I'll go get Brother Luya first. Time was of the essence, so he naturally had to be anxious. Go ahead. The ancient god of desolation really didn't expect that Long Chen would bring the Chaos Demon Ancestor here in such a way. Now, he couldn't help but admire Long Chen. He remembered that when Long Chen first came to the 3rd heaven, he barely had the strength of a god emperor. In the blink of an eye, he was the strongest person in the myriad of worlds. A miracle was indescribable. Fortunately, he was on the right side from the start, so he wasn't in such a sorry state like the Chaos Demon Ancestor. If this continues, perhaps, he can really stop the destruction of the myriad of worlds. Of course, it's just a possibility. The ancient god of desolation watched Long Chen leave with a deep gaze. Barbarian, tell me, where did this Long Chen come from? Why do I feel like you're quite familiar with him? I heard that you gave him the realm of life? Asked the Chaos Demon Ancestor. The ancient god of desolation didn't dare to say anything about the dragon sacrifice continent. He shook his head and said, It's purely my intuition. There's a saying among mortals that heroes are born in troubled times. Now that the myriad of worlds are in troubled times, the primal chaos divine world has descended, and the primeval troll is hibernating. If there's really a possibility of a hero being born, it would be him. For people who protect the common people, what we can do is naturally support them. No matter what, the myriad of worlds is our homeland. Those mortals, gods, and devils are our people. As the heads of our families, when someone wants to occupy our homeland, of course we have to resist. You make it sound so nice. Isn't it just a primal chaos divine world? Look at you being so nervous. The ancient god of desolation shook his head and said, I have a premonition that one of the four of us will fall. Then it's you. The chaos demon ancestor laughed. At the very least, he didn't have much respect in his heart. No matter what, after a few days, we'll gather enough people and go take a look. Just as the ancient god of desolation finished speaking, the chaos demon ancestor's colorful invitation arrived at his side again. This speed surpassed Long Chen's gate of the universe. At this moment, the chaos demon ancestor frowned deeply. In terms of spatial laws, no matter what, I'm the #1 in the entire myriad of worlds. But this invitation, I'm sure its owner is a level above me in terms of spatial laws. Destruction or submission, this is the choice given to us by the primal chaos divine race. Long Chen asked Heavenly God Luya about his location and told Lingxi. Lingxi controlled the gate of the universe and headed there. With Lingxi's increasingly proficient ability, she told Long Chen that it would most likely only take 4 days to reach Luya's location. Heavenly God Luya had already set off when Long Chen went to fight the Chaos Demon Ancestor. After communicating with Heavenly God Luya for the past few days, Long Chen found out that the intelligence organization, Thousand Paper Crane, was founded by Heavenly God Luya. Of course, he hid behind the scenes. Previously, the myriad of worlds were peaceful, and the collection of Thousand Paper Crane was a trivial matter to Heavenly God Luya, so he basically didn't care much. This Thousand Paper Crane had caused Long Chen some trouble when Long Chen had just left the Draconic Ritual Continent. However, at that time, Heavenly God Luya didn't pay attention to Long Chen. In these 4 days, I'll fuse with the core of the time tunnel and then go in to see what's going on. I'll try to make the best use of these 4 days. No problem. Long Chen first took out the core of the time tunnel in Lingxi's divine nation. Now that Lingxi was meeting with Heavenly God Luya, he just happened to have time to fuse with the core of the third world. The life and death world had already fused in. There shouldn't be a problem. Long Chen followed the previous 2 times. The core of the time tunnel automatically entered his body and stayed between his eyebrows. The third illusory color began to enter the third eye between his eyebrows. Long Chen discovered that this third eye was becoming more and more important in his life. Fuse, just as he said, this core originally belonged to him, so the speed was very fast. It didn't take long for it to be done. The time tunnel became Long Chen's third world in addition to the life and death world. He felt that the third world seemed to exist between his eyebrows. Whoosh, Long Chen appeared in the time tunnel. There was still one more chapter in the evening. Around 21 o'clock. Madman will update as soon as possible. I'm a little dizzy now, so I wrote this chapter all afternoon. This book came from the web, the first thing to see the original content. M00SY. Come. Chapter 31-39. Death Realm, Life Realm, Time Tunnel. In the Time Tunnel, there were the Ruins of Time, the Tower of Time, and the Eternal Whirlpool. Among them, Long Chen dared not enter the Ruins of Time, especially at this moment. Once he entered the Ruins of Time, time would disappear in the blink of an eye, and that would ruin his plan. After fusing with the core of the time tunnel, Long Chen roughly understood that he had only mastered the time tunnel preliminarily. In terms of degree, he was only a bit better than the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. However, just like the life and death realms, this was the accompanying world of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, in fact, Long Chen did not completely control the life and death realms as well as the time tunnel. These 3 worlds were still secrets to him. It was as though there was a shadow shrouding it, making it impossible for Long Chen to understand it. It would appear that he would need to reach a higher level in order to truly open it. This was especially so after he had fused with the core of the time tunnel. Now Long Chen could appear in any location of the time tunnel and enter the time tunnel from any location, which was similar to that between the life realm and the life realm. Additionally, he could also change the time in the Ruins of Time and the Tower of Time so as to win a lot of time. This was almost all he could do after fusing with the core. It seems that the life and death realms and the time tunnel still have many secrets. At the same time, the other ancestral dragons should also have their own accompanying worlds. Father said that these worlds were once beside the dragon's sacrificial continent. Now that the time tunnel was empty, Long Chen entered from Lingxi's god's country. He naturally left a trace in that god's country. When Lingxi received heavenly god Lu Ya, they could go back. Before that, Long Chen could get familiar with this time tunnel. The most important thing in the time tunnel was the Tower of Time. Long Chen appeared on the first floor of the Tower of Time. In this empty space, time flowed 10 times faster than outside. In the blink of an eye, it had been 40 days for Long Chen. The outside world and the life and death realms were moving very slowly. Second floor. Long Chen hurriedly entered the second floor of the Tower of Time. After arriving, time passed 100 times faster than the outside world. Long Chen now had 400 days. As long as he stayed here, there was no need to worry. Of course, this was not Long Chen's goal. The third floor. Time flowed 1,000 times faster than normal. 4,000 days was more than 10 years. Therefore, Long Chen could stay here for 10 years. Of course, only 4 days had passed in the outside world. However, Long Chen was most excited about the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, because the time on the fourth floor could be accelerated by 10,000 times. As long as he reached the fourth floor, 4 days would turn into 100 years. During this period, he could really do a lot of things. This was currently the greatest use of the time tunnel for Long Chen. But, just as Long Chen was about to go up to the fourth floor, he discovered a very important problem. The fourth floor of the Tower of Time disappeared. How could it be gone? When I came here last time, it was still there. How could it disappear now? What happened? After searching for quite a while, Zhang Tai still couldn't find it, not to mention appearing on the fourth floor. However, the eternal swirl was still there. However, after searching for a few days on the third floor, Long Chen still couldn't find the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. At least according to the feedback from the core, the fourth floor of the Tower of Time was completely closed. At least, Long Chen couldn't open it now unless he could completely control the core in the future. I'm afraid that Tai Su and the other members of the Tower of Time don't know about this. This had something to do with the Void Cosmic Dragon, but it was not something they could guess. I have no choice. However, even if it's 1,000 times faster, it's still enough. 1 day was almost 3 years. From then on, as long as he stayed in this Tower of Time, he would have endless time. Long Chen's team was the one that lacked the most time. It's a pity that it's not 10,000 times faster, however. 1,000 times should be enough for Kitten to wake up as soon as possible. In essence, Long Chen had seized the time tunnel for the sake of allowing Little Cat to wake up as soon as possible. The speed at which Little Cat was fusing with his main body was so slow that it was beyond Long Chen's imagination. Now that he was placed in this Tower of Time, he believed that just the 4 days in the outside world would be equivalent to 10 years in here. If this guy succeeds, although he might not be able to reach the Ancestor Realm right away, he would at least be more powerful than me. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be worse than the ruler of the Chaos God clan. To a large extent, I have to rely on Kitten. Having experienced so many life and death situations, Long Chen had long since trusted this brother of his who was usually sloppy. Although Kitten was a little muddle-headed, he would never be careless when it came to proper business. This time, Long Chen needed him so much that he believed that Kitten would wake up in time. After all, the Tower of Time had given Kitten enough time. Long Chen transferred him from the Realm of Life to the Tower of Time. Because the time in the Realm of Life was too slow compared to that in the Tower of Time, this transfer process alone took a month. Of course, it wasn't that long in the Realm of Life. Since you're here, wake up as soon as possible. In the future, the Chaos God clan and the Primeval Troll will need your help, brother. Long Chen placed him on the third floor of the Tower of Time, which was basically the fastest time under stable conditions. As for the Eternal Whirlpool, although it had 10,000 times the time, it wasn't stable and couldn't be used to accelerate time. Kitten was still in a deep sleep and didn't respond. Even if it's my first time going to the Chaos God realm, I don't think there will be any life and death battles. Kitten has been here for at least dozens of years. I guess he'll definitely wake up. Long Chen estimated for a moment and then sized up the surrounding space. The biggest advantage of this Tower of Time is time. The time here can help the divine dragons in my divine nation who need time to grow faster, such as Lingxi, yang ling qing, and yen air. 1,000 times the time, of course, is very useful. However, it also has a disadvantage. The disadvantage is that, just like the life and death territories, this place doesn't have spiritual qi. Let alone an original incipient realm world, it can't even compare to a primordial realm world. It can't even compare to a primordial realm world or my divine nation. Long Chen planned to cultivate all the immortal dragons above ultimate immortal dragons who had integrated with original dragon souls in the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. As for the other immortal dragons, as long as they integrated with original dragon souls, they could be sent to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. As for the 1st floor, it would be arranged by the Dragon Emperor. However, Zhang Tai needed to consider the Reiki. Due to the shortage of Reiki, I'm afraid that I couldn't always stay in the Tower of Time. I need to exchange for it outside. In general, the Tower of Time might not be as effective as I imagined. If I could increase my time by 1,000 times, it would be 1,000 times faster. However, due to the shortage of Reiki, I'm afraid that it would be equivalent to about 200 times faster. Admittedly, it's already a good effect. As for the specific arrangement, Long Chen would leave it to the Dragon Emperor and the others. With this, a batch of supreme immortal dragons could be formed at a high speed. After all, Long Chen had already obtained the original dragon souls and inherited essence blood of the syndicate dragons of Immemorial Bloody Dragon and Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. Previously, he didn't take care of them as he was waiting for the arrival of the time tunnel. As for the specific arrangement, he had already left it to the Dragon Emperor and the others. As Kitten was still on the 3rd floor, Long Chen didn't want others to disturb him. Therefore, he only had Mo Xiaolang, Yang Lingqing and Long Yan move here. After that, he opened the passageways from the immortal country to the 1st floor and the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. As for how to arrange people to cultivate in the Tower of Time, it would be left to the Dragon Emperor and the others. After all, the space on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time was relatively limited. Therefore, it should be allocated to those with the highest aptitude. After all, Long Chen needed a great number of powerhouses the most. Arrange it first. After a few days, let the ultimate immortal dragons enter the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. The Dragon Emperor and the other Dragon Emperors had always been very responsible in the internal management. Therefore, Long Chen had already prepared well. Now, there were 16 original dragon souls, 8 syndicate dragons of Immemorial Bloody Dragon and 8 syndicate dragons of Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. There were 15 Dragon Emperor and 16 syndicate dragons including Yang Yu. The nether dragon that Yang Yu inherited was originally a syndicate dragon of Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. In this way, with the addition of Yang Lingqing and Ling Shi, a total of 18 supreme divine dragons would be born. As long as there was enough time, they would all be able to grow to the peak of the divine realm, and reach a level close to the ancestor realm. The Dragon Emperors were all the most loyal to Long Chen and had a deep friendship with Long Chen. They were totally trustworthy. Since they left the dragon sacrificial continent, the entire immortal nation had been in good order because of their management. Long Chen also had the other Dragon Emperors and his mother Yang Yu come to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time so as to spare enough time for them to inherit it. After everything was settled, Long Chen had almost 10 years, during which period, he could sit down and wait for the kitten to wake up. At the same time, he took a deep breath. He sorted out the rules that he had obtained recently. After he was done, it just so happened that he was in the middle of the time tunnel. He had the core of the time tunnel so he comprehended everything within. This is the place left by the Void Cosmic Dragon. I think there must be traces of the rules of time. The ruins of time, the Tower of Time and the Eternal Swirl were basically the most marvelous utilization of time. He calmed down and started to ponder. Time flew rapidly in the process of comprehension. However, he didn't care about it as he had too much time now. As for me, the Tower of Time is most effective in comprehending the rules. I could spend so much time on it. As for the accumulation of strength, the Reiki in the Tower of Time is not enough for me to use the rules for one time. I could only accumulate strength outside the Tower of Time. Chapter 3140. Long Chen's priority was to familiarize himself with the time tunnel. The disappearance of the 4th floor of the Tower of Time made him realize that there were still many mysteries in the time tunnel. He needed to comprehend them. The Dragon Emperor, Long Yan, and the others were all on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. If they cultivated for the longest time, they would soon reach the ultimate God realm and become a great help to Long Chen. The future divine dragon world had already taken shape. Naturally, it would be those closest to Long Chen or those with the most potential. Long Chen calmed down and started to ponder about the time tunnel based on his control over the core of the time tunnel. The ruins of time took too much time, so Long Chen dared not go there. The ruins of time could slow down time by 10,000 times. If I could master this ability, I would be able to stop all the enemies. The Tower of Time could accelerate time by 10,000 times. If I could master it, I would be able to make my own Tower of Time. After understanding it, Long Chen realized that stability was the most difficult part. At least he had no idea about the ruins of time and the Tower of Time. However, he was very familiar with the eternal whirlpool. In the past, the chaotic time reversal law was very similar to the eternal whirlpool. However, the chaotic time reversal law was too small. The so-called chaotic time reversal law was just a small pond, while the eternal whirlpool was the real ocean. The two rules were very similar, but the degree was far different. The chaotic time reverse sea had its limits. Therefore, it was impossible for it to reach the level of the eternal whirlpool. It's impossible for me to lure my enemies into the eternal whirlpool during a battle. Nobody is that stupid. However, if I could move the entire eternal whirlpool out, or even control the change of time within 10,000 times, it would be terrifying. If he could really complete this rule, Long Chen could imagine that even the fusion of two rules could not compare to such a transcendent rule. This meant that Long Chen's understanding of the time rule had reached a new level. He was not far from being able to reverse time or travel through time. Previously, the slaughter rule was parallel to the time rule. Now Long Chen was most proficient in the time rule. Everything else was still under consideration. Eternal Vortex. Although he was on the third floor of the Tower of Time, due to the existence of the core of the time tunnel, he could understand the eternal swirl from a higher height. Actually, I don't have to create the entire eternal vortex. Instead, I'll use a projection method, which is more like a copy, to make the eternal vortex appear as a law. It was just like the murderous tribulations of the life realm and the murderous tribulations of the death realm. He could also use the power of the death world through the core of the death world. In fact, this kind of rule consumed very little of Long Chen's power. Just like that, he spent 10 years pondering. Lingxi was probably almost at the place where heavenly god Luya was. It was still normal time in Lingxi's divine kingdom, so the time gate left behind by Long Chen could exist until now. 10 years, one rule one could imagine. When the laws reached the deepest level, it would take even more time to understand and master them. The eternal whirlpool was incomparably complex. Even after 10 years, Long Chen was only able to bring out and use the real eternal whirlpool. His degree of control was considered average, and he had yet to truly create his own eternal whirlpool. If it belonged to me, then it would be terrifying. I could change the time in any place. But now, although I can achieve the same effect of sucking my opponent into the eternal vortex, my control is slightly weaker. I can't change the time in an instant and lock my opponent down. In short, he could use it. However, he didn't have enough control over it. However, if he could control all the time accurately, he would almost reach the level of the Void Cosmic Dragon. Therefore, Long Chen was not greedy at all. After checking it, Zhang Tai found that everyone on the third floor of the Tower of Time had made great progress over the past 10 years. Especially the Dragon Emperors. After becoming supreme immortal dragons, they were basically approaching Lingxi's level rapidly. Not to mention Long Yan. This little monster was terrifyingly powerful. She had mastered all the rules that Long Chen knew. Additionally, she even made a mess on the third floor of the Tower of Time. Long Chen estimated that if he couldn't integrate with the source dragon soul of the ancestral dragon, this little monster might surpass him. There were two more important things. Kitten has not woken up yet. This guy is really unreliable. It had been 10 years. Thankfully there was a time tunnel. Otherwise, if he woke up, it would be too late. Second, during the past 10 years, Li Xuanji had also been on the third floor of the Tower of Time. The two people had been in love with each other for hundreds of times. Finally, when Long Chen was going to leave, Li Xuanji finally had a reaction. Like Lingxi, she was pregnant. This made Long Chen thrilled. However, this time, the little monster grew up much slower. No matter what, it was still a tiny particle. Zhang Tai didn't know when it would look like a human. When Long Yan was born, it caused a great movement and required a lot of things to be absorbed. Therefore, Long Chen had to be cautious this time. He was not in a hurry to let the kid come to this world as soon as possible. Therefore, he decided to take Li Xuanji with him wherever he went. What? Long Yan widely opened her eyes. I'm going to have a younger brother or sister. For a moment, she cheered and laughed. She jumped up and down and stared at Li Xuanji's lower abdomen, laughing non-stop. What are you laughing at? Long Chen was speechless at this child. It's none of your business. Bad daddy, you always bully Aunt Xuanji, making her cry and scream. You're a bad guy. Who taught her to say that again? They returned to Lingxi's kingdom of God from the time tunnel. Chen, we're almost there. 4 days is just a moment for you, but 10 years have passed for me. Did you gain anything? I gained a rule and a child. Long Chen told her about Li Xuanji's pregnancy. After hearing it, Lingxi smiled and said, I can let Sister Xuanji taste the feeling of having a little thing in her stomach. We're here. After coming out, time passed quickly. They arrived in the blink of an eye. When they came out of the gate of the universe, Heavenly God Luya was not far away. He looked at Long Chen and Lingxi with a smile and said, Your speed is really shocking. Not even 1/10 of the Chaos Gods, Long Chen said helplessly, looking at the invitations that he couldn't get rid of. Let's go. It's time to see what the Chaos Gods are capable of. All right. The others continued to stay in the Tower of Time. Long Chen asked Lingxi to go there as well. She was the sacrificial dragon and needed time to grow. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen brought Heavenly God Luya back to Panga continent. For a moment, except for the Heavenly Tao sacred land, the top experts of the myriad worlds gathered together. Brother Man Huang, Patriarch, long time no see. Heavenly God Luya greeted them as soon as he came out. Everyone, I'll go pick up the Heavenly Tao sacred emperor first. Long Chen seized the time and set off again with Lingxi. In just a short time, Lingxi had been accompanying Long Yan in the Tunnel of Time for more than 10 days. That Tower of Time is really magical, said Lingxi with a blush. She probably heard Long Yan's nonsense after entering. This little girl was just a child's babbling. In fact, she still didn't know anything. After Long Chen left, 3 of the 4 sovereigns looked at each other. Heavenly God Luya looked at Patriarch of Chaos with a smile and said, I've already told you about the previous battle. He defeated a perfected realm divine venerable who had 3 original incipient divine artifacts and 1 half-origin divine artifact, but you didn't believe me. The chaos demonic ancestor said coldly, Don't be sarcastic after the fact. If it were you, you would definitely be in a worse situation. Ancient God Savage Desolation said, Long Chen is indeed the most crucial character of the myriad worlds in the future. The 4 of us can be considered the people with the most boundless karmic luck in the myriad worlds. But even if we were to combine our karmic luck, we still wouldn't be able to compare to him. A character like him should be someone who will change the epic, an existence who will transform the myriad worlds, the beginning of a new epic. Anyway, I don't think it's optimistic. Long Chen is now the strongest among the 5 of us, but he is also the biggest threat in the eyes of our opponents. I think if the Chaos Gods and the Primeval Troll are really scary, he is at most a cannon fodder. We are all cannon fodder. This world might be the battlefield of the Chaos Gods and the Primeval Troll. Who knows if the entire world will be in a desolate state after 100 years, or if all living things will be extinct. Speaking of such a heavy topic, Ancient God Man Huang and Heavenly God Luya were speechless. We are the rulers of the world. The battlefield is in the world. No matter if the Primeval Troll makes a move or not, we will definitely be at a disadvantage, especially the Primeval Troll. With their cruelty, they will naturally attack living things. That will be the most fatal blow to us. To be honest, we are indeed at an absolute disadvantage. Maybe the only way is to stay out of it and watch the tigers fight. Ancient God Man Huang said, That's not realistic. These 2 tigers will not let us monkeys watch the battle quietly. It is most likely that we will be torn apart first and become their food. Heavenly God Luya said, All right, don't be so pessimistic. Don't we have Long Chen? No matter what, he was able to appear before the great calamity at the end of the era. He is our greatest hope in the future. No matter what you do, I absolutely trust him. I trust him too. Ancient God Man Huang had memories from before the era, so he naturally trusted Long Chen more. I have to see his performance first. At most, I will lead the elites of the demon race to hide in the Kuan ancestors' realm. As for the other living things, forget about them. Chaos demonic ancestor was always selfish. Heavenly God Lu Ya and ancient god Man Huang were too lazy to advise him. Chapter 31:41. 4 days passed, and another 10 years passed. This was the benefit of the Tower of Time. Although the increase in strength was limited, 10 years were enough for Long Chen to accumulate a lot of things. His dragon face was slowly growing. Li Xuanji had started to show a bit of movement, but it would take a long time. The others were also growing stronger. Long Chen had been trying his best to guide the spiritual qi of other original incipient level worlds into the Tower of Time, but the effect was not obvious. Therefore, every once in a while, people on the same floor of the Tower of Time had to come out. The Tower of Time could only gain time. A mere 10 years wouldn't change anything. It seems that Kitten will be here soon. Now was the time when they needed Kitten the most, especially when they were about to face the chaotic god realm. If the ruler of the chaotic god realm could give us more time, it would be the best. However, the other party gave them 1 month. The 5 rulers of the myriad of worlds had to ascend to the primal chaos divine world before that month. They wanted to see how strong the other party was to be able to destroy the myriad of worlds and kill people. During these 10 years, Long Chen had made a great achievement. It was in the primordial dragon pagoda. One day, when he was pondering about various rules, he suddenly thought of the primordial dragon pagoda. Just like Lingxi's god curse ring, it was hard for him to truly master it. The origin dragon palace and these 3 worlds actually still have a huge secret. The primordial dragon pagoda was the same. Coincidentally, he had improved a lot recently. Therefore, he carefully pondered about the primordial dragon pagoda. He wanted to rush into the world of the primordial dragon pagoda with his current spiritual will. Although he failed at the beginning, Long Chen didn't give up. It was as if there was an illusory mist in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, there was no end to it. He turned into a dragon and soared in the mist. The mist was endless. He had a lot of strength, but he didn't have a chance to put it into use. What's the secret? The more it was like this, the more curious Long Chen was. After all, he was not that pressed for time in the Tower of Time. The most proper time was to study it. Therefore, he put aside everything else and focused on the original Dragon Tower. This is the same as the origin Dragon Palace, something left behind by the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. It definitely isn't that simple. Long Chen used the power of the origin of all things Dragon God and continuously attacked the primordial Dragon Pagoda. Every time he attacked, the fog would disperse. He believed that he would eventually find something. He was different from when he first obtained the primordial Dragon Pagoda. At that time, when his power entered this place, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all. About 2 years had passed. After endless cycles and hard work, Long Chen had almost given up. After all, the primordial Dragon Pagoda was still shrouded in mystery. However, just as he was about to give up and continue pondering the rules, he suddenly saw a small sword in the void. It was a small crystal sword that was faintly discernible. Long Chen quickly grabbed it. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire world inside the primordial Dragon Pagoda started to shake violently. Long Chen was forced out and the small crystal sword also disappeared. Long Chen looked at the primordial Dragon Pagoda in his hand and felt a bit depressed. It seemed that he had failed again. But what on earth is that sword? Right at this moment, the primordial Dragon Pagoda in his hand was still shaking. Moreover, it started to undergo a great change. The buzzing sound even caused the Tower of Time to shake. All of a sudden, the primordial Dragon Pagoda started to change. On one hand, it was a kind of transformation. The original incipient grade divine weapon, the original incipient Dragon Pagoda, was now advancing to the origin grade, which was impossible for it to reach. The energy generated by the pagoda was so strong that it made Long Chen roll on the ground several times. On the other hand, its appearance was changing. The primordial Dragon Pagoda was originally an illusory tower. However, at this moment, it started to elongate from a tower into a crystal-like strip. Is it going to become a sword? Just as this thought appeared in Long Hen's mind, the primordial Dragon Pagoda turned into a crystal-like long sword. It was an extremely pure and beautiful divine sword. It was clear and transparent like a gem, without a single flaw. On the blade of the sword, there were dragon patterns carved. 2 divine dragons were entwining and leaning against each other. This was the only decoration on the sword. It looked a bit similar to the first ancestor dragon sword. In other words, the first ancestor dragon sword was originally made according to this look. It was a magnificent sword. Not only was it magnificent, compared to the primordial dragon pagoda, this crystal sword had surpassed it and reached a new level. The changes in the nature of the creation immortal weapon had surpassed all the creation immortal weapons that Long Chen had ever seen. Of course, except for the origin dragon palace that he could not use. Now the crystal sword had a new level of God's might, which was a supreme God's might. Long Chen had sensed it from the God curse ring. If he was not wrong, the primordial dragon pagoda was now a half-origin level creation immortal weapon. It had transformed from original incipient level to a level that surpassed the ghost blood curse, dark blood curse, and great void demon sword. Originally, the primordial dragon pagoda was already superior to them. Now, it was even more superior. In front of the primordial dragon pagoda, the other original incipient level creation immortal weapons could not even lift their heads. Of course, it could not be called the primordial dragon pagoda anymore. It would be more appropriate to call it the primordial dragon sword. Half of the origin level. With the eternal whirlpool, it seems that my ability has risen to another level. Long Chen held the new primordial dragon sword in his hand, feeling more confident in himself. Buzz. A half-incipient creation divine artifact would be far more powerful than anything else on the market. Obviously, from today onwards, when the primordial dragon pagoda became a sword, the great void demon sword and ghost blood curse would not be as useful to Long Chen. Although the primordial dragon sword did not have the same attributes as the ghost blood curse and great void demon sword, it was much more powerful. Its absolute power directly surpassed the attributes. Then, Long Chen studied the other rules, but he did not have any results. 4 days had passed in the outside world. Lingxi had already arrived at the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor's location. Long Chen returned to her divine nation and then came to the outside world. My mission is complete. It is time to go back and accompany Yen Heir. There will be many disasters in the future. You must be very careful. Don't worry, I understand. Life is more important than anything else. Now, life was not just one person's. He had a wife, children and brothers, so he could not be too willful. After Long Chen arrived, the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor appeared not far away. This was the first time Long Chen saw the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor. The master of Hongjun's Starry Ocean and Southern Starfield was an old man with white eyebrows and white hair. He had a stern expression and rarely smiled. His eyes were cold, but there was also a gentleness in them. He wore a white Taoist robe, and he was one with the Heavenly Tao and the Divine Tao. The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor was perhaps the existence that best fit the image of a god in the hearts of all living beings. He was fundamentally different from ancient god Savage Wilderness and heavenly god Luya. Junior greets the Holy Emperor. You are already our leader. There is no need to be so polite. I admire you very much. Time is of the essence. I will return to Pangu continent with Senior first. All right. It may be a long time since I met the three of them. To be honest, it had been at least millions of years since the four rulers had gathered together. They were very far away from each other and did not interfere with each other. So this is the Death World. The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor passed through the Death World. Although it was only for a moment, he was shocked. They had ruled over the myriad worlds for too long, and there were not many things that they did not understand. It was not until recently, when all kinds of crises befell them, that they realized that even though they had reached such a realm and ruled over trillions of lives, there were still things that they found difficult to deal with. Including you, this is almost the gathering of the top figures of our myriad worlds. This time, I will not say those pretentious words to be able to travel with the four of you. At least in my heart, I feel that no matter what the Chaos Gods do, we should not retreat. Before the primeval troll, it is best that there is no war in the myriad worlds. You are right. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the Death World and returned to Pangu continent. Here, the Chaos Demon Ancestor, Ancient God Savage Wilderness, and Heavenly God Luya were already waiting for Long Chen. In the clouds, the three rulers with completely different temperaments had a monstrous aura. Because of their gathering, almost all the barbarians on Pangu continent did not dare to make a sound. It was a natural pressure that they could not withstand. Heavenly Path Holy Emperor. The Chaos Demon Ancestor narrowed his eyes. The four rulers and Long Chen had finally met. If the Chaos Gods did not appear, This scene would almost never have happened. Brothers! The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor cupped his fist and descended beside them. The four rulers looked at each other. At first, they were solemn, but Heavenly God Luya took the lead and laughed. We have been fighting in the dark for tens of millions of years. I did not expect that our realms would be united today. What a miracle! No matter what, we are all members of this world, and we have our own people. We also have our own homes. No matter who comes, those who invade our homes are against us, and we cannot forgive them. Those personal grudges are nothing in front of the trouble in front of us. Even if you want to settle it, it will be after the trouble is solved. I hope that you are all still alive by then. Even the Chaos Demon Ancestor, who was the most antisocial, said such words. Long Chen was also very happy that they could work together. Chapter 3142. All godly venerables and ultimate realm deity emperors of the demon race, listen up. Without my order, no one is allowed to crush the invitation. Today I, the other three sovereigns, and Long Chen, the newest super expert of the myriad worlds, will head to the chaotic divine world to investigate. Before the Chaos Demon Ancestor set off, he made arrangements for the demon race. The other three hegemons were more or less done with their preparations. The four of them had the greatest reputation in the entire myriad worlds. Basically, no one would dare to mess around without their instructions. Now, almost the entire myriad worlds knew that the five of them were heading to the Primal Chaos Divine World. The appearance of the Primal Chaos Divine World was a top-notch event in the myriad worlds. It had spread to almost all the worlds. Now, the information in the myriad worlds was much smoother. There were many people who knew about it. At the same time, Long Chen's name spread again. In fact, the news of Long Chen defeating the Chaos Saint had already spread across the infinite realms. There was even a new piece of news recently. Long Chen had a battle with the Chaos Demon Ancestor, and he defeated the Chaos Demon Ancestor, which was why the Chaos Demon Ancestor was willing to work with them. No matter what, Long Chen was now viewed by the fiend gods of the myriad realms as an expert on the same level as the four hegemons. Long Chen and the four pinnacle existences of the myriad worlds passed through the Death Realm and returned to the Death Realm Dragon Gate that he had left on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and the four rulers appeared amidst the smoke and dust left behind by the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. A cloud of shattered smoke and dust was once a complete world. Ancient God Savage Wilderness looked around in confusion and said, "Is this the former Dragon Sacrificial Continent?" The Heavenly Dao Divine Emperor fell into deep thought and didn't say much. Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Long Chen's hometown, right? A perished world. Heavenly God Luya walked up and down. Apart from the divine planet of destiny, there was basically nothing else. The place of origin of the divine dragon was not big, so it was not easy to find. You obtained the legacy of this world? Strange, why haven't I heard of this world before? Chaos Demonic Ancestor said suspiciously. He had long guessed that Long Chen might have obtained something from some place similar to the chaotic divine realm. However, he had never imagined that it would be such a fragile world. This place is indeed my hometown. However, the main matter today is to head to the Primal Chaos Divine World. Everyone, once you've finished your preparations, let's set off. With their current speed, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the Primal Chaos Divine World. Lingxi had opened the Cosmos Gate. As long as she passed through the Cosmos Gate, she would instantly reach the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Once she reached the Spirit Essence Star Sea, she would basically be in the Primal Chaos Divine World. The 5 supreme experts had already made their preparations. For the 10,000 worlds. Protect their homeland. Let's go. Naturally, they were willing to be the vanguard. They wanted to experience the Chaos Divine Realm and see how strong the Chaos Gods were. They also wanted to know what their intentions were. After passing through the Cosmos Gate, Long Chen was the first to come out. The beautiful Spirit Essence Star Sea reappeared under his feet. In the past, the Spirit Essence Star Sea was a world shrouded in light. However, it was different now. In the past, Long Chen felt that the Spirit Essence Celestial Sea was very big. But now that he saw it, it was just too small. In Long Chen's eyes, the entire Spirit Essence Celestial Sea was like an egg. Then, at the top of the Spirit Essence Celestial Sea was a huge, resplendent and majestic ancient world. It was a giant ball with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. This was the primal chaos divine realm. In the center of the 10,000 worlds, an incomparably dazzling light that completely suppressed the light of the spirit essence star sea. Just the light alone was enough to destroy all living beings in the spirit essence star sea. This world would need the heavenly god's sacred realm, Pango continent, Hongjun star sea, and ancestral Kuan realm to be this big. Although it's been a long time, judging from its immense spiritual energy, the primal chaos divine realm must be an origin world. When they got closer, they could be completely sure. The four of them were used to the original incipient realm. When they saw this completely surpassing world, they could be sure that it was definitely an origin world. From this position, they could not see what the real primal chaos divine realm looked like. But Long Chen could roughly guess that the primal chaos divine realm was surrounded by 9 layers of light. The 9 layers of light were like a spherical rainbow, covering 9 layers. Each color should be a kind of formation. The outermost layer was purple. The purple layer was the largest, so the light was the strongest. The innermost layer was blue, then cyan, and then green. It was not very clear, but they could vaguely guess that it was red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The innermost 2 layers should be silver and gold. As Long Chen and the others approached, they could see all kinds of treasures and symbols floating on the outermost layer of purple. They were arranged in a regular pattern, together forming a huge defense formation. The entire purple light shield was integrated into one, but it was also closely related to the other light shields. Just these 9 light shields alone hide thousands of rules. In the entire 10,000 worlds, those who can break through the 9 layers of rainbow and enter the primal chaos divine realm are probably all here. And this was only the ancestor of chaos's estimation. Perhaps they could not even break through it. They were still very far away. Even if the ancestor of chaos transformed into his main body, he would probably only be a speck of dust next to the primal chaos divine realm. It was no exaggeration. This was the biggest world that Long Chen had ever seen. It was 2 to 3 times bigger than the ancestral planet. The entire purple light shield was like an endless ocean, and there were thousands of ordinary suns and moons revolving in the purple light. Boom, boom, boom. Before they got close, they could hear the loud rumbling of the formation. Among the purple, the blue was like a storm, sweeping across the ground. At this point, the 4 rulers' faces were very solemn. The 4 of you, why don't you come into my death world first? It is more convenient for me to hide and transform alone. I can investigate first. Long Chen suddenly said. After all, the 5 of them were too majestic. It was like they were about to start a war. No problem. Sure. First, ancient god Wildlands agreed. Then heavenly god Lu Ya and the heavenly Tao Holy Emperor. In the end, the ancestor of chaos could not be bothered to insist and agreed. You have many tricks up your sleeve. I'll let you do it. Long Chen sent them to the death world one after another. To be honest, any one of the 4 of them was a powerful force to be reckoned with. Although Long Chen had improved, he was not naive enough to think that he could fight against the chaos gods alone. He turned into a broken star and circled around the purple ocean as fast as he could. The primal chaos divine realm was still very mysterious. It seems that if I don't go in, I won't be able to see anything. Thinking of this, Long Chen stopped watching from the outside and started to approach the purple ocean. Of course, he was very careful, but he soon realized that there was only one way to pass through the purple ocean, and that was to force his way through. Let's give it a try. The 4 rulers had the same opinion. Sure. Long Chen turned into his human form and approached the purple ocean. The moment he came into contact with it, he was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. In an instant, he grew bigger and bigger, and the slightest movement actually caused the entire purple ocean to surge. Rumble. The endless waves surged and a large number of suns appeared from the depths of the ocean. I can devour these things. This was the message Mo Xiaolang sent to Long Chen. Now is not the time. Wait for an opportunity. The problem Long Chen was facing right now was that he had definitely startled this world. At the very least, he had startled the nearby existences. At this moment, a ferocious pressure pressed down on Long Chen. A supreme expert was awakening in this violet sea. Which vile creature dares to barge into my primal chaos divine realm? It was a delicate rebuke. Although the voice sounded nice, it contained a destructive impact that could instantly destroy the soul of an ultimate divine emperor. Boom. That terrifying existence instantly appeared under Long Chen's feet. She rushed out of the purple ocean and stood in front of Long Chen. The first thing Long Chen saw was long silver-gray hair fluttering in the wind. In an instant, he captured the information of this person. This was a member of the Primal Chaos Divine clan. She was a woman that could turn all living things upside down. In his impression, she was somewhat similar to the former Primal Chaos royalty. Her skin was silver-gray, but even so, it did not make her look ugly. Instead, she had a special, alluring sense of beauty. She had a pair of seductive silver-gray eyes, thin and cold red lips, and long pointed ears. They were the most perfect art in the world. Especially her slender and powerful figure, it was even more fiery and hot. This woman was the most ferocious and violent of all the women Long Chen had ever seen. Just from her figure alone, one could tell that she was extremely aggressive. Her eyes were like those of a ferocious beast that could subdue everything in the world. She didn't have many decorations on her. Instead, she wore a set of silver chainmail and a pair of steel boots. She was like a goddess of war walking out of the bright moon. The divine armor on her body was overflowing with light. Although it looked simple, it actually contained the brilliance of billions of stars. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within this divine armor, there were billions of stars of the entire world flickering within. Beauty, silver hair, armor, and coldness. Original incipient grade creator divine weapon. At first glance, Long Chen could see that the radiant divine armor that gave this woman a transcendent aura was an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Moreover, it was a rare defensive one. Usually, if a woman had a defensive original incipient grade creator divine weapon, it meant that she would have an offensive original incipient grade creator divine weapon. At that moment, Long Chen met her eyes. In her left eye, Long Chen could see the brilliant silver galaxy with billions of stars twinkling. In her right eye, he could see the primal chaos, a void with countless possibilities. Of course, when the woman saw Long Chen, she was also shaken. He was a god emperor, but he gave her a dangerous feeling. Chapter 31:43. Who are you, little rascal? Hurry up and tell me your name. Otherwise, I will have to deal with you as an intruder. The Chaos God Race goddess stared at Long Chen with her cold eyes. Her killing intent was like a tidal wave, making Long Chen feel like he was in the middle of a storm. When his opponent was able to contend with him in terms of aura and divine might, Long Chen was very clear in his heart. Even the gatekeeper of the Chaos God Race is a complete perfection realm god venerable. In the death world, the Chaos God ancestor was speechless. The other three rulers looked at each other and the heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, "It's indeed a complete perfection realm god venerable. He was born much earlier than us. I hope he's one of the strongest experts in the Chaos God realm. If there are too many of them, we'll be in trouble." The 5 of them were the strongest forces in the myriad worlds. If even the 5 of them were easily suppressed here, the myriad worlds wouldn't even need to resist. They would have to submit. Idiot, didn't you hear what I said? That ice-cold woman pressed forward, gradually approaching Long Chen. Her body was like a gigantic beast that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, as if it would explode at any moment. Silver armor, silver hair, cold eyes, steel boots, and the parts that weren't covered by the armor revealed tender and alluring skin. As the woman approached, Long Chen was indifferent. His main purpose was to probe, so he cupped his fists and said, "Lady, my name is Long Chen. I'm from the myriad worlds." The Chaos God realm suddenly appeared in the myriad worlds. "I happened to be nearby, so I came to take a look." "Are you done? If you are, then scram. If you want to go in, then crush our Divine Lord's invitation. Don't waste my time here." The goddess-like Divine Lord was still cold to the bone. Her face was full of impatience. Long Chen said, "Why? I'm right next to the Primal Chaos Divine Realm. Can't I just go in directly? Why do I need to crush your Divine Master's invitation? Since it's an invitation, it means that the Primal Chaos Divine Realm has invited us over. Is this how your Primal Chaos Divine Race treats their guests?" The so-called Divine Master was probably the master of the Primal Chaos Divine World. Obviously, this person, who was addressed as the Almighty by the goddess in front of him, was definitely the #1 expert in the chaotic divine realm. His ability was estimated to at least surpass that of the original ancestor, and he was also the person that Long Chen was most afraid of during this trip. After listening to Long Chen's words, The silver-armored divine venerable looked as if she had heard a joke. In her eyes, Long Chen was like a country bumpkin. She could not help but mock him. You're really ignorant. First of all, this 9-colored chaos formation was personally laid out by the Master God and the other primordial saints, including me, after thousands of years. If you can enter it, I, Chaotic Fire Dance, will change my surname to yours. Secondly, although your world is vast and boundless, now that the Master God has descended, this place is under the Master God's control. You're all the Master God's people, so just crush the invitation. From her words, Long Chen and the 4 sovereigns could extract a few pieces of information. The strongest expert in the chaotic divine realm was the Master God of Chaos, and there should be several primordial saints below him. The woman in front of them, Chaotic Fire Dance, was probably one of them. Primordial saints are probably ultimate gods. That means that the Master God of Chaos is probably an ultimate god. Of course, he could also be a very powerful ultimate god. This situation was similar to what Long Chen and the others had guessed. After all, it had been confirmed that the chaotic divine realm was an original level world. So, if the experts in it were normal, it should be the same. For example, the heavenly god's sacred world, Pango continent, and other places had the same situation. Only, the chaotic divine realm was 1 level higher than Pango continent. The world was the foundation of the experts. Only Long Chen was not an expert born in the world. I just don't know how many primordial saints there are in the chaotic divine realm. The difference between an original level world and an original incipient world is actually the difference between an original incipient world and an eternal world. It is not an exaggeration to say that an original incipient world is more than 5 eternal worlds. 5 eternal worlds usually have 5 ultimate gods, and an original incipient world has about 5. However, an original incipient world still has us. In the infinite worlds, the balance between the level of the world and the level of experts was almost a law. This also proved that experts were born from the world and were attached to the world. Although an original incipient world could give birth to 2 ultimate gods, the probability was not high. In most cases, the infinite worlds followed that law. Even in an original level world, the chaotic divine realm, there was a pattern of 1 master god. In other words, a chaotic divine realm could only support 1 master god. According to this analysis, this original level world is definitely more than our 4 original incipient worlds. More than 4 original incipient worlds is equivalent to more than the entire infinite worlds. In other words, the number of ultimate gods, primordial gods, and god emperors here is more than the total number of the entire infinite worlds. We need at least 1 master god to equal the number of experts in the chaotic divine realm. The chaos demonic ancestor's expression was ugly. We'll know if this is what we guessed when we go in. Although this 9-colored chaos formation is majestic and powerful, we're just going in. We're not going to destroy it. It's not that troublesome. Heavenly God Lu Ya's eyes were the most powerful eyes in the infinite worlds. He could roughly see the key of the formation with a glance. Outside, Long Chen and the chaotic fire dance were still in a stalemate. He knew what the rulers were discussing. But no matter what, they had to go in and see for themselves. At least, they had to give the other party a show of strength and not let the other party think that they were so easy to bully. Hey, I'll give you 2 choices. First, get out of here. Don't disturb me. Second, crush your invitation and go in. Don't dawdle like a girl. The chaotic fire dance was angry when she saw Long Chen's silence. However, he was the first person from the infinite world she had seen. She was actually a little curious. Of course, due to the difference between the chaotic divine realm and the infinite worlds, she was still proud. Long Chen could also see the attitude of the chaotic divine clan from the chaotic fire dance's arrogance. This personality is somewhat similar to the chaotic royal clan in the chaotic galaxy. Maybe the chaotic royal clan is their descendants who stayed in the dragon sacrificial continent. Since the other party was arrogant and despotic, not putting anyone in her eyes, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. His gaze turned cold and his aura suddenly rose. Previously, it was the chaotic fire dance who attacked and he defended. Now, his will exploded and shot back, causing the chaotic fire dance to groan. My choice is, I want to try breaking through this 9-colored chaos formation and see if it's as indestructible as you said. Do you have any objections? In front of the chaotic fire dance, Long Chen seemed to have suddenly turned from a sheep to a wild wolf. That ferocious and majestic aura was something chaotic fire dance hadn't seen for a long time. Chaotic Fire Dance was first shocked by Long Chen's courage. Then, after witnessing Long Chen's aura, her voice also became extremely cold. She said word by word, "Not bad. You have vividly portrayed the word stupid in front of me. I heard that there are 4 rulers in the infinite worlds, but they are only perfect realm gods. Although you are disguised as a god emperor, I guess you are one of them. Tell me, who are you? Heavenly God Lu Ya, ancient god savage wilderness, heavenly Tao holy emperor, or some bastard old ancestor?" She actually thought that Long Chen was one of the 4 rulers. In the death world, the chaos demonic ancestor was so angry that he almost rushed out. Why were the 3 of them called the correct name, but when it was his turn, he became the bastard old ancestor? This actually shows that the chaotic divine clan is extremely arrogant and doesn't take us seriously. Heavenly God Lu Ya said speechlessly. Outside, Long Chen really wanted to break the 9-colored chaos formation and enter. However, the chaotic fire dance was definitely going to stop him. He said, "I am none of them. I am just a nobody in the infinite worlds. I want to rush into your formation. May I ask, are you going to stop me?" "Nobody, it seems like you like to joke. However, it doesn't matter. Since you are here to cause trouble, as the guardian of the formation, tell me, should I stop you? Not only will I stop you, I will also make you kneel in front of me for the rest of your life. Stupid people of the infinite worlds, you can never see your own weakness and ignorance. I know that sooner or later, you will offend your superiors. Today, the first battle between the chaotic divine clan and you, the chaotic fire dance, shall start." While speaking, the primal chaos fire dance's silver armor shone with a dazzling radiance. The silver radiance completely submerged the primal chaos fire dance. A silver ocean seemed to appear in front of Long Chen. The boundless silver radiance pierced his body like a divine artifact. "If I defeat you, I can break through the 9-colored chaos formation, right? If so, I won't be polite. But don't worry, we people of the infinite worlds love peace. We refuse to fight. Even if I defeat you, I won't hurt you. It's just a simple sparring. I believe it won't damage the friendship between us. Am I right, chaotic fire dance? If you can defeat me, I'll be your granddaughter." The chaotic fire dance replied to Long Chen with a voice full of confidence and anger. At that moment, another silver light pierced through the silver light. Through the layers of light, Long Chen saw a silver spear in her hand. It was dazzling and strange like a whirlpool. The long spear contained too many things. It seemed like there were billions of worlds and billions of creatures inside, making this divine weapon of the creator become a living being. It's another original incipient grade creator weapon. So many original incipient grade creator weapons have appeared recently. They have always existed. You just saw them. They aren't new. Most of Long Chen's creator weapons came from the ancestral star, but the chaotic fire dances was from the chaotic god domain. Chapter 3144. Primeval Incipient Grade Fortune Divine Artifact. Do you have one? Primal Chaos Flame Dance was clad in her silver moon armor and brandishing her silver spear, the Primal Chaos Heavenly Fong. Outside the Primal Chaos Divine World, an enormous silver vortex was formed. Wave after wave of light surged forth, and in the depths of the light was the proud and aloof face of Primal Chaos Flame Dance. To Primal Chaos Flame Dance, Long Chen's claim of wanting to break into the Primal Chaos Divine World was simply a joke. "Since I want to scare you, I won't hold back, Star Moon Tear." In the Silver Sea, Primal Chaos Flame Dance shouted. She held the Primal Chaos Green Fong in her right arm, and 9 cores of different colors suddenly appeared on her left wrist. They were 9 incomparably dazzling star gems. They formed a bracelet and tied to her smooth arm. For a moment, the 9 gems were like real stars, revolving around Primal Chaos Flame Dance's arm. These are the cores of 9 eternal grade worlds. Using the cores of eternal grade worlds to make a fortune divine artifact is too extravagant. Before the battle started, Primal Chaos Blazing Dance had already taken out 3 primeval incipient grade creator divine weapons. Her goal was naturally to scare Long Chen. Indeed, the 3 primeval incipient grade creator divine weapons, especially the Star Moon tier that was made of 9 eternal grade world cores, had shocked the 4 rulers greatly. None of the 4 of them had 3 types of original incipient grade creator divine weapons. Long Chen, be careful. Out of concern, ancient god of desolation had to remind Long Chen. Especially that star moon tier. This fortune divine artifact is more terrifying than the other two. Silver armor, spear, bracelet. After taking out all these treasures, Primal Chaos Flame Dance's charming face smiled coldly. She thought that this would be enough to scare Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't react at all. Pretending to be calm, Primal Chaos Flame Dance's body was cold and hard like iron. At this moment, she twisted her waist, erupting with unprecedented power. She waved the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth as if she was waving billions of stars and instantly attacked Long Chen, an opponent comparable to the four sovereigns. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't be careless. However, he still had to let the four sovereigns see how strong the Primal Chaos Divine tribe was. This mission was more to familiarize himself with the opponent. Scram. Primal Chaos Flame Dance stabbed the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth out of the void. Silver light burst out, suppressed the purple sea below. Chain of 9 stars. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, Primal Chaos Fire Dance's face stiffened. Star Moon Star. That's right, what the Primal Chaos Flame Dance displayed now was purely the laws of the stars. She predicted that there would be 2 types of laws. The Silver Star is one of them, and the other one is more common among the Chaos Divine tribe. Chaos Moon Chaos Flame Dance. S. Moon Moon World Dragon and Primal Chaos Flame Flame Dance. Moon Moon God. Moon Moon Chaos Flame Dance and Flame Flame Dragon. Moon Moon Chaos Flame Dragon, Flame Flame. Was. When. 2 to Primal Chaos Dragon, Flame Moon Flame Dragon. Break. Primal Chaos Flame Dance said confidently. She stabbed the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth into the first silver star. In the blink of an eye, the 9 stars exploded one after another, battering Long Chen. You're the one courting death. Don't blame me. Primal Chaos Infernal Dance gritted her teeth. Her astral laws suddenly erupted. These 9 immemorial stars were ancient divine objects passed down in the Primal Chaos Divine world. They were passed down to Primal Chaos Infernal Dance and transformed into laws by her. Just as the Primal Chaos Flame Dragon was about to explode. Long Chen had a general understanding of the power of his opponent's laws, which allowed the 4 sovereigns to gain a better understanding of their opponent. Now that they were ready to fight back, the ghost blood curse appeared in Long Chen's hand. Without another word, he swept his sword out. The law of slaughter and the law of karma gathered on the sword, transforming into the rebirth slash. When the countless star fragments rushed over, the rebirth slash carved a path through the star fragments. Wherever it went, even the most destructive power of the stars caused the dragon stars to disintegrate and dissipate. The power of the rebirth slash pierced through the 9-star chain, as if it carried with it the threat of death, and slammed into the Primal Chaos Fire Dance with overwhelming force. Just this one law alone was enough to suppress Long Chen. In truth, he had the ability. Among the myriad of worlds, apart from the people of the Primal Chaos Divine Realm, Long Chen was the number 1. Number 1 in the myriad of worlds. If he couldn't even compare to Primal Chaos Flame Dance, the 5 of them wouldn't be able to enter the Primal Chaos Divine Realm. The rebirth slash's sword energy soared into the sky, breaking through the 9 stars chain and instantly rushing in front of Primal Chaos Flame Dance. The remaining power was still vast. This first move had caused Primal Chaos Flame Dance's cold expression to change greatly. However, it only lasted for a moment before she returned to normal, allowing the rebirth slash to hit her body. Swish! When the rebirth slash hit the silver moon, a dazzling vortex appeared on the silver moon. It was a vast nebula that seemed to contain billions of stars. It swallowed the rebirth slash. Pup! When the 9 stars chain shattered, Long Chen's rebirth slash was also swallowed. Under the protection of the primal incipient grade fortune divine weapon, the silver moon, it couldn't hurt Primal Chaos Flame Dance at all. However, even so, the appearance of the ghost blood curse and the powerful impact of the rebirth slash were enough to change Long Chen's appearance in Primal Chaos Blazing Dance's eyes. Now she held the Primal Chaos Dark Fong in her hand and flashed before Long Chen again. Her eyes burst out with a dazzling brilliance. The power of 2 rules swept out from her body, showing that Primal Chaos Blazing Dance had great attainments in the 2 rules. You have the strength to resist me, so you must be one of the 4 sovereigns. Just as well, I want to see what you're really capable of, the so-called sovereign. The rebirth slash just now wasn't enough to scare off the primal chaos flame dance. She let out a delicate shout, and her explosive figure twisted like a silver snake, flashing through the endless stars as an even more powerful aura descended. It was as if Long Chen had sensed the arrival of another type of law. Everyone watched carefully. Just as Long Chen said this, Primal Chaos Flame Dance's arrogant laughter rang again. Her body was full of the arrogance and pride of the Primal Chaos Divine Tribe. At this time, it was still the Primal Chaos Dark Fong in her hand. However, at this moment, the stars on the Primal Chaos Dark Fong disappeared, replaced by a primitive destructive power. Immemorial Primal Chaos. Primal Chaos Flame Dance turned the spear into billions of shadows. These shadows formed a vast world, trapping Long Chen. This was a world full of ancient mist. The silver mist filled the entire space, forming a towering fog that swept towards Long Chen. Lifeless realm. Although Long Chen knew this wasn't the lifeless realm, the law in front of him was somewhat similar. The silver aura was a destructive aura. As long as one touched it, there would be endless destruction until Long Chen was completely destroyed. This should be her second law, the fundamental law of the entire Primal Chaos realm. Primal Chaos. The four sovereigns had done some research in this area. Laws were born in the world. For example, the barbarians on Pangu continent were possessed by Pangu. Pangu's possession was a natural law. A natural law. The Primal Chaos Divine Tribe was the same. The law of Primal Chaos is silent and formless. It comes from ancient times and can be used in myriad ways. It is a supreme law. For example, Primal Chaos Flame Dance's use of this law is quite good. The Primal Chaos Divine Tribe should be much more terrifying than we imagined. While they were talking, the Primal Chaos imprisoned Long Chen in an endless world of destruction. The aura was like countless knives and swords, weighing billions of pounds, acting on Long Chen's body. It seemed that the Chaos Demons also had such a law, but there were slight differences between the two. Bas! Bas! The power of the law was madly squeezing. Primal Chaos Flame Dance was coldly watching how Long Chen resisted. She was in a corner of the Primal Chaos, and Long Chen seemed to see a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Break! When the Primal Chaos had just formed, apart from the Ghost Blood Curse, Long Chen also had the Great Void Demon Sword in his hand. The Sword of Time flashed with dazzling brilliance and thousands of changes. Destiny-killing art. A beam of sword light disappeared in the Primal Chaos as if it had never appeared. Then it was quickly drowned out. Even Primal Chaos Flame Dance didn't notice this attack. Audacious and ignorant. A frog at the bottom of a well. You should be refined by me. In the dark, Primal Chaos Flame Dance had a cold smile on her face. Suddenly, a formless beam of sword light pierced through. What power is this? Time. Although Primal Chaos Fire Dance was extremely shocked that Long Chen had been able to find her position and that this law could actually break through to this place, she had enough confidence in her silver moon, just like Rebirth Slash. But this time, the power of time and destiny struck the Primal Chaos Flame Dance unscathed. This was the strangest law, and it immediately penetrated the Primal Chaos Flame Dance. While the Primal Chaos Flame Dance was in a daze, at least half of its body froze and turned into jade. Primal Chaos Flame Dance couldn't believe her eyes. Just now, her spirit had suffered a huge impact. Why? What kind of law is this? It clearly didn't break my silver moon, but it still attacked me. Moreover, there are shadows of two kinds of law in this law. Could it be that he confused the two kinds of law together? Who is this Long Chen? Primal Chaos Flame Dance's proud heart suffered a huge setback. This was the first time she had such a crucial battle opportunity after becoming a god venerable. But until now, she hadn't gained the upper hand. Instead, she was at a disadvantage. She had mocked Long Chen for not having a Fortune Divine artifact. Now that Long Chen had taken out two primeval incipient grade Fortune Divine artifacts, it was like a ruthless slap to her face. As soon as the destiny-killing art was used, the terrifying Primal Chaos Law was naturally broken by Long Chen. This kind of destructive law was like the lifeless world. It was best not to recklessly connect with it. Chapter 31:45. Exactly who are you? At that moment, Primal Chaos Flame Dance was no longer able to look at Long Chen with contempt. Didn't I tell you? My name is Long Chen. Primal Chaos Inferno narrowed her silver-gray eyes, cold as ice. In fact, her heart was like a volcano, full of erupting anger. She was the youngest perfect hierarch in the Primal Chaos Divine world, forever a legend. Now, Long Chen looked younger than her. Although Primal Chaos Inferno had repeatedly told herself that he was one of the four sovereigns, she had a rough idea of the four sovereigns, so she knew that Long Chen was not one of them. It was also because of this that this proud Primal Chaos Divine tribe member felt defeated. But Primal Chaos Inferno did not believe it. No matter who you are, you have angered me today. Today you will die. Primal Chaos Inferno's fighting spirit turned into killing intent. Long Chen smiled. Who do you think you are? Angering you is the death sentence. To be honest, if I want to kill you, it's easy. I only played with you because you are hot. You are angry, but you are also very cute. Of course, if you angered me, I might really kill you. Are you teasing me? Primal Chaos Inferno laughed in anger. No, I am teasing you, Long Chen said frankly. Die. In that instant, Primal Chaos Inferno exploded with anger. Long Chen had a deep understanding of how to trigger the other party's emotions. Sure enough, it was not out of his control. In just a few words, Primal Chaos Inferno had used her ultimate move. Just as well. I can let the four sovereigns see what a perfect hierarch of the Primal Chaos Divine tribe is capable of, Long Chen thought. Seeing Primal Chaos Inferno explode, Long Chen did not move at all. He even crossed his arms as if he was watching Primal Chaos Inferno perform. This posture completely ignited Primal Chaos Inferno's anger. Star Moon Tears. Now the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth had disappeared and was replaced by the Star Moon Tear. 9 star cores rotated between her wrists. Under her control, 9 huge planets appeared. They were comparable to an eternal grade world. In front of such a world, Long Chen was like a speck of dust. A crushed speck of dust. Divine Stellar Lunar Prison. The 9 planets surrounded Long Chen in the middle, with Long Chen at the center. This was a real world, different from the 9-star chain. At this moment, the 9 real worlds began to connect. A silver ray of light pierced through each planet, connecting the 9 huge eternal level worlds into a chain, forming a huge ring, trapping Long Chen in the center of the ring. There are traces of the first law, the 9 stars chain. There are also traces of the second law, the primordial chaos. It seems that he was like me, fusing 2 different laws. The 9 stars chain was filled with killing intent. The primordial chaos descended again, this time at the center of the 9 stars chain. The 9 stars chain, the 9 huge eternal level worlds, merged into one. Suddenly, 9 rays of starlight pierced towards Long Chen like the sharpest sword light. At the same time, the primordial chaos descended, suppressing him. Frankly speaking, the celestial lunar divine prison's law had already reached the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. The 4 sovereigns thought for a moment. If they were in Long Chen's position, they would have to exhaust all their strength to be able to withstand this move. Although Long Chen was indeed toying with the primal chaos flame dance, the 4 sovereigns didn't dare to do so. At this moment, they had a real understanding of the strength of the Chaos Divine tribe. Long Chen, be very careful. Their concern came from the death rain. Don't worry. At this moment, Long Chen smiled faintly. In this moment of life and death, he crossed his arms, as if taking a stroll in a garden. He ignored everything around him, including the ghost blood curse and the great void demon sword. Scared out of your wits, huh? The entire world was almost drowned by the enormous power of the divine star lunar prison. The chaotic flame dance showed a cold smile in the void. In her eyes, Long Chen was simply courting death. Until the moment he was about to be destroyed. Eternal Vortex. Long Chen softly spat out these 4 words. Billions of miles away, the tunnel of time and the eternal vortex appeared as if copied by Long Chen. In an instant, an endless vortex that was no different from the real eternal vortex appeared. Frankly speaking, this vortex was like a hat of the chaos divine world. One could imagine how huge it was. Of course, the size of the eternal vortex was not limited to that area. There was also the 10,000-fold change of time. Long Chen could slightly control the change of time. In the death rain, when the eternal vortex appeared, even the chaos ancestor couldn't help but exclaim. He was naturally most familiar with what the eternal vortex was. I didn't expect Long Chen to be able to use the eternal vortex here. As the Patriarch of Chaos cried out in alarm, the other three were carefully watching the battle. In the eternal vortex, the rolling waves of time were more like the waves of the sea compared to the purple of the Chaos Divine world. In an instant, the divine stellar lunar prison seemed incomparably small. It was instantly submerged. The 9 stars chain and primordial chaos were about to kill Long Chen, but when they got close to him, time slowed down to the extreme. Long Chen had just left. Such a law was completely wasted, and it didn't hurt Long Chen at all. It directly exploded in the eternal vortex. The arrival of this destructive power was like an incomparably beautiful flower blooming on the eternal vortex. Long Chen, Chaos Flame Dance was hit by the huge waves of time to another corner, completely cutting off her control of the divine stellar lunar prison. She realized that she was in a region where time was extremely slow. How can this be? At this moment, Primal Chaos Blazing Dance's face was pale. Even though she had managed to regain control of her body with great difficulty and stabilized herself, she was still completely dumbfounded. In such a huge world with such a huge time zone, it was hard for her to understand what was going on. This is the law. Is this the power of the law? Impossible. Primal Chaos Fire Dance was almost crying. Tears were about to fall from her eyes. Panic and defeat were written all over her face. At this moment, Long Chen moved with incomparable speed and appeared in front of her. Shwa! He nearly collided with Chaos Flame Dance. Sorry, I didn't control it well, but it's enough to deal with you. After sorting out his emotions, Long Chen raised his head with a faint smile. In this boundless and chaotic sea of time, he calmly looked at Chaos Flame Dance. Chaos Flame Dance panted heavily, her towering chest rising and falling. The rhythm of her body was still very beautiful, like a vigorous cheetah. Her cold silver-gray eyes were trembling with complex emotions. But she was still unwilling to accept defeat. She also didn't admit that there could be such a terrifying expert. At this moment, when Long Chen arrived, she turned and fled. You can't escape. You've lost. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in front of her and stabbed with his sword. Scram. Primal Chaos Flame Dance was confident that she had the silver moon, so she didn't care about Long Chen's casual attack. However, she instantly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She lowered her head and saw that the silver moon had been easily pierced through. Because it was heavily injured, the silver moon had retracted into her body, causing the skin on her chest to be pierced through by Long Chen. The tyrannical power transmitted from the destinable artifact rushed into Primal Chaos Flame Dance's divine body, causing great destruction. Yes, it was the Origin Dragon Sword. The Ghost Blood Curse and Great Void Demon Sword couldn't pierce the silver moon. This was a double blow to Chaos Flame Dance. First, the opponent had injured her and broken the silver moon. Second, although Long Chen quickly put it away, she could clearly see that it was another destinable artifact. It was the third type of destinable artifact Long Chen had shown, but it was also the most terrifying one. What are you? Chaos Flame Dance was dumbfounded, looking at Long Chen. Now she couldn't escape. She was completely under Long Chen's control. What does it have to do with you? Long Chen waved his hands, and the entire eternal whirlpool disappeared in an instant. Chaos Flame Dance trembled violently. You. What about me? You lost. Don't deny it. I just want to prove to you that I can really kill you. Don't doubt it. Then, I will break through this 9-colored chaos diagram. Do you still want to stop me? Of course, this guy couldn't be killed yet. Not to mention that there was no enmity between them. The Chaos Divine Tribe hadn't attacked the Myriad Worlds yet. Long Chen didn't want to create a reason for the other party to attack the Myriad Worlds. Primal Chaos Flame Dance was so angry that she was trembling. She glared at Long Chen fiercely. She wanted nothing more than to skin this person alive. However, the terror of the eternal whirlpool and that crystal-like sword had frightened her. Who is he? If he isn't one of the 4 rulers, how can he be so strong? Chaos Flame Dance's heart was in chaos. She still blocked Long Chen and looked at Long Chen. No matter how fierce she was, Long Chen was still indifferent and invulnerable. Chaos Flame Dance could only admit that she had lost. The person in front of her was very strong. However, no matter how strong he is still a person of the Myriad Worlds. He can't be compared to the Chaos Divine Tribe, let alone the Divine Lord. Why should I care about him? Since he wants to break through, let him. Anyway, the one who will be embarrassed is not me. Thinking of this, Chaos Flame Dance dodged and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Our Chaos Divine Tribe didn't invite you to break through this 9-colored chaos diagram. Once the Divine Lord is angry, it will be considered as you invading our Chaos Divine Tribe. At that time, you will die without a burial place." "You have already reminded me." Long Chen bypassed her and walked toward the 9-colored chaos diagram. "You really have to stay alive. Let me tell you, your victory today doesn't mean anything. One day, I, Chaos Flame Dance, will defeat you and tear you into pieces." Chapter 3146. To be honest, there's no need for you to break through the 9-colored chaos formation at all. First of all, this chaos formation is a collection of all the primal chaos laws of our Chaos God clan. The attacks of the primal chaos laws you'll have to endure inside are definitely much more terrifying than mine. It's not even certain if you'll be able to hold on to your little life, let alone break through. Although the primal chaos fire dance was no longer bossy and bossy, her attitude was still superior. And then, Long Chen was already prepared. He could feel that the chaos formation diagram was filled with billions of chaos rules, forming huge waves that engulfed every corner. Primal Chaos Fire Dance puffed out her chest and said arrogantly, "Our Divine Master has given invitations to all of you who have the slightest bit of ability, precisely because outsiders like you can't enter our chaotic divine realm through the primal chaos formation. After all, our 9-colored primal chaos formation is used to defend against external enemies. It's impossible to cancel it. But we've clearly opened the door for you, yet you insist on barging in from the side. Tell me, aren't you stupid? We've kindly offered you some convenience, yet you refuse to accept it. Don't try to fool me. What happened after we went in? Why can't we contact the people of the infinite worlds after entering?" Long Chen asked coldly. "There is only one reason why we can't contact each other. Our 9-colored chaos formation diagram is too powerful. Under its obstruction, it is normal that you can't contact each other. That might be true, because even Heavenly God Lu Ya couldn't see the real situation in the Chaos Realm at this moment. That's good. Once we enter, the 9-colored chaos formation diagram is like a prison. We can enter, but we can't get out." The Primal Chaos Fire Dance sneered. She laughed and said, "According to what you said, even if you barge in, you will still end up in a prison. Stupid. To be honest, it would take a lot of effort to barge into the 9-colored chaos formation diagram. Perhaps there really was a slim chance of survival. Therefore, after some consideration, the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, "Long Chen, you have the life and death realms. Even if the gate of the universe is restricted, the life and death realms will not be restricted. I suggest that we use the invitation to enter. After all, even if there is danger, you can escape quickly. Most importantly, we need to quickly obtain information about the Chaos God realm." The Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor was thinking from a rational point of view. After all, the 9-colored chaos formation was not easy to break through, and it might be useless. "I don't think so. The primal chaos god race is too arrogant. They don't put us in their eyes at all. Although that thing is called an invitation, it's actually an insult to us. I feel that we should at least have some backbone. Using that invitation means that we are willing to be captured by the primal chaos god race. We are the rulers of the myriad worlds. How can we submit to others?" This was the Patriarch of Chaos point of view. One of them was rational, the other impulsive. As for Ancient God Savage Desolation and Heavenly God Lu Ya, Ancient God Savage Desolation supported the Heaven Tao Divine Emperor's suggestion, while Heavenly God Lu Ya supported the Chaos Patriarch. Long Chen, you decide. In terms of personality, Long Chen was indeed similar to the Patriarch of Chaos and God Lu Ya. Now, he stared at the purple chaotic sea below, then turned back to look at the arrogant primal chaos fire dance. He said in a low voice, "The 4 of you I have decided to try. Not only to establish our prestige and not let the primal chaos god race look down on us, there is another reason. The 4 of you will know in a while. Also, Brother Lu Ya, please help me a little." All right. Both choices had their own benefits. Moreover, the rulers also wanted to see what the other reason Long Chen had mentioned was. "No problem," God Lu Ya said straightforwardly. Long Chen landed above the purple sea. His intention was quite obvious. Seeing that Long Chen did not know what was good for him and still wanted to break through the 9-colored chaos formation, the primal chaos fire dance was even more furious. Her anger burned to her throat. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already left her sight and rushed into the purple sea. He was nowhere to be seen. The primal chaos fire dance left with a sullen expression. Grandfather, he really went in. What should we do? A voice rang out in her heart. Just as I expected. He asked for it. That primal chaos formation diagram still has your rules. He's courting death. I didn't expect the people of the myriad world to be so stupid. Grandfather, this person's fate is most likely to be a tragic death in the primal chaos formation diagram. Just watch, the voice said. Grandfather, he humiliated me. Even if he survives, you must punish him harshly. Only then will the hatred in my heart be appeased. The primal chaos fire dance thought of Long Chen and her anger burned even brighter. Xiao Wu, you are not young anymore. You can't deal with problems with the temper of a child. Grandfather, I know. He said the same thing every time. The primal chaos fire dance was tired of hearing it. If that's the case, this person is most likely the strongest hidden expert of the infinite worlds. He is even stronger than the 4 rulers. I think he has a half-origin destinable artifact that pierced through your silver moon. As expected. The primal chaos fire dance had expected this. However, she still smiled and said, Grandfather, the strongest experts in the myriad worlds are only at this level. Although the myriad worlds are vast, there isn't a single expert here. This place is destined to be your world, the world of our primal chaos god race. Speaking of this, the voice said, that depends on the gathering of gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Fight or surrender. Since we're here, we have to make some noise and change the situation. After all, we're outsiders. At the beginning, we have to do something extreme to scare these little guys. Grandfather is wise. Long Chen was now in the middle of a purple ocean. The environment here was very similar to the primordial chaos fire dance's rules. It was a destructive environment with countless waves. Long Chen, I have already seen the location of the formation core. However, there are too many of them. You have to destroy at least a dozen of them before you can reach the next blue area. However, this will probably take up a lot of time. It seems like we will not be able to reach the chaotic divine world within the time limit set by the chaotic god master. Heavenly god Lu Ya's eyes were very useful in finding anything. Brother Lu Ya, I am not looking for the formation eye. Long Chen's words exceeded the expectations of the 4 sovereigns. Time was of the essence right now, and they hadn't expected Long Chen to make such a strange decision. Moreover, it had to be said that this primal chaos formation was far too dangerous. The experts of the chaotic divine world had simply sealed thousands of laws here and allowed them to explode in this place. That was why it was so powerful. In such a place, the most effortless way for Long Chen to dodge was to instantly rush into the death rain. He could only come out of the death rain when the rules were gone. Just now, the chaos rules had turned into a huge purple lion and rushed towards Long Chen. Its power was no weaker than the primordial chaos. Moreover, he could not dodge the fate divine art this time. Long Chen had to hide in the death rain to avoid the disaster. Whoosh! Long Chen traveled in the purple ocean. Long Chen, what are you looking for? Just as God Lu Ya finished asking, another person appeared in the God Kingdom. He was dressed in black and had black hair. His eyes were pure black. He was a clean and handsome young man. Time did not leave any traces on him. He looked the same as when Long Chen first met him. Let me introduce. This is my second brother. His name is Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen appeared in the death rain and introduced himself. Then he said, Brother Lu Ya, help me find the position of the suns in the purple ocean. The sun rolling in the purple ocean was formed by the gathering of divine fire. It was a huge amount of divine fire. Now, Mo Xiaolang had devoured almost all the flames in the world. Only the sun was left. There were thousands of suns in the Chaos 9 color formation. They were all the essence of fire. Although they were not as good as the sun, they were still very useful to Mo Xiaolang. I don't know what you 2 young people want to do, but with your craziness, I will find it. After all, the purple ocean was too big. If he did not look for it himself, it would be hard to find it. I found the first one. It's over there. Long Chen rushed out and rushed in that direction at high speed. Perhaps the true experts of the primal chaos divine world are observing our movements at this moment. In that case, let's give them a surprise. If they could see through the Chaos 9 color formation, they would naturally be able to see Long Chen's goal. But according to Long Chen's estimation, not many people could see in. Most of them were just watching the show. This way. If he wanted to devour more suns, he had to be faster. Go, go, go. About a quarter of an hour later, Long Chen finally saw a huge boundless sun in front of him. It was as big as a world. It was completely purple and was bursting with intense purple flames. To others, it was the energy source of the Chaos 9 color formation. To Mo Xiaolang it was food. Xiaolang. Long Chen pulled Xiaolang out of the death world. When he saw the huge sun in front of him, Mo Xiaolang's eyes widened. He instantly transformed into a huge sun-devouring direwolf and rushed up. Under the shocked gazes of the four rulers, it was as if a heavenly dog was eating the moon, and he was devouring the sun. He could bite a huge hole in it with one bite. Not long after, the whole sun was devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Now, his body was burning with majestic purple flames. Big brother, next. Sure. Long Chen threw him into the third level of the time tunnel, giving him enough time to digest the flames. Then, under the instructions of God Lu Ya, he went to the place where the next sun was. Just like that, one after another. Chapter 3147. Mo Xiaolang could digest for almost 10 days in the time tunnel. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang had been rushing between the third floor of the Tower of Time and the Chaos Formation map. Each time he devoured a sun, he would have about 10 days to digest. It was nothing for his terrifying digestive ability. Roar! Under Long Chen's cover, a black sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly appeared from the void and rushed into a sun. It swallowed crazily and the huge sun sunk in its mouth. Mo Xiaolang's speed of devouring the sun was increasing. Another one settled. Long Chen could not help but laugh. If this continued, Mo Xiaolang would become a perfect realm ultimate god. He was from the sky-devouring clan and his cultivation realm improvement speed was unmatched by any genius. Therefore, his realm was far beyond Long Chen's. It might be very difficult for heavenly god Lu Ya and the others to become perfect realm ultimate god, but it was not the case for Mo Xiaolang. His final destination was likely to be similar to the chaotic sky-devouring dragon, or even one of the sky-devouring clan's rulers. Of course, as long as the sky-devouring clan could devour, there was basically no end. Just like the sky-devouring clan, they could even devour the entire world if they grew up. Long Chen discovered that as Mo Xiaolang devoured the purple sun, the color of the entire purple ocean began to decrease. The power of the chaos law was also decreasing. It seemed like the purple sun was the source of power in the huge formation map. When the chaos gods set up the formation map, they had never thought that someone could devour the sun. So, this is the other reason that Long Chen spoke of. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. At least we can show the chaos gods our strength. It was important to show the chaos gods their strength when they fought. What's going on? Chaotic Fire Dance was still taking a leisurely stroll. She had been punished by her grandfather to guard the door for doing something wrong. She was already annoyed enough and was even tortured by Long Chen. Just as he was about to vent his anger, he suddenly realized that the color of the purple ocean beneath his feet had dimmed a little. Just as he was about to vent his anger, Zhang Xian began to imagine how that fellow would flee from the 9-colored chaos formation. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This fading was still ongoing. Chaos Fire Dance had already realized that something was amiss. What is this fellow doing inside? How could the color of this place fade? However, she didn't think that Long Chen would let Mo Xiaolang devour the sun. It was impossible for the color of the 9-colored chaos formation to fade. Moreover, she didn't even know where Long Chen was right now. Should I tell grandfather? Grandfather is still in a critical period. It's not good to disturb him. I want to see what this Long Chen is up to. As long as he was a chaos god, he could naturally pass through the 9-colored chaos formation safely. The chaos formation wouldn't harm him and would only defend against external enemies. Chaotic Fire Dance plunged into the purple ocean and saw that the color of the surroundings had indeed faded. Even the power of the chaos rules seemed to have weakened. The reason for this wasn't that the formation's eye had been destroyed. If the formation's eye was destroyed, at most, a passage to the next level would appear. The only possibility was that the purple suns had been destroyed. That's not right. If they were destroyed, with the power of the purple suns, they would definitely erupt with infinite power. I can feel it from outside. Chaotic Fire Dance chased after the purple suns with a lot of confusion. She knew the locations of many purple suns, but now she found that most of them had disappeared. As she moved forward, the trend was still going on. Long Chen. After searching for a long time in the purple ocean, Chaotic Fire Dance finally saw Long Chen. He was floating in front of a huge purple sun. This purple sun was 3 times the size of the other purple suns. He actually came to the central purple sun. Primal Chaos Fire Dance knew that the central purple sun was the core of all power, and it was also the most important part of constructing a purple sun formation. Normally, it would change positions within the formation. Without a fixed position, let alone Long Chen, even someone at the level of a divine master, as long as he wasn't a member of the Primal Chaos God clan, would find it difficult to locate the central purple sun. Also, why isn't the central purple sun moving? Chaotic Fire Dance didn't care about anything and rushed in front of Long Chen. It had to be said that the entire purple ocean was basically useless against Long Chen. What are you doing? Chaotic Fire Dance said angrily. Don't you have eyes? Of course. I'm breaking this chaos formation. Long Chen said calmly. Chaotic Fire Dance came in at this time, but it was already too late. Who's inside? At this moment, a vortex appeared in the central purple sun. In the majestic flame vortex, the purple sun was rapidly twisting and shrinking as it was swallowed by the vortex. Devour! Chaotic Fire Dance let out a scream. She didn't expect it to be devoured. It was simply unimaginable. Impossible. At this time, she was naturally anxious. Before Long Chen intercepted her, she knew she couldn't solve this matter. She should have informed the Godmasters long ago, but she missed the best time. Boom! The central purple sun was completely devoured by Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was brought back to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time by Long Chen. Given enough time to digest, Long Chen estimated that he was about to reach the ultimate god realm after devouring more than 100 purple suns in the chaotic divine world. At least in terms of cultivation realm, it could be considered heaven-defying. There was only one last step left. It all depended on Mo Xiaolang's luck. Moreover, there were many suns in this 9-colored chaos formation, and they were getting bigger and bigger. There were blue suns, cyan suns, green suns. In the deepest part, there were silver suns and golden suns. However, when Mo Xiaolang devoured the largest central purple sun, the entire purple ocean chaos formation suddenly began to collapse. It was like a house that had its most critical pillar pulled out. It suddenly collapsed. Rumble. All the chaos law lost its power and was rapidly being annihilated. Standing outside the chaotic divine world, it seemed like the entire chaotic world was collapsing. The purple dissipated in the burning as if a layer of skin had been peeled off, revealing blue skin. It was a blue ocean that was even more ferocious and majestic. What's going on? What happened? Why is the purple in the sky gone? Long Chen knew that there must be thousands of suns of different colors in the sky, when looking up from the chaotic divine world. There must be 9 gorgeous colors in the sky. However, under the gaze of all the chaotic gods, the purple color was definitely dissipating. Impossible! The purple primal chaos formation has actually been destroyed. Furthermore, it has completely disappeared. In that instant, all the experts were alarmed. Even the ordinary people of the Chaos Gods race could see the huge change. Now, the chaotic gods were still excited about the arrival of the myriad worlds. It was all thanks to the hard work of the Lord God and all the experts. A long time ago, they saw that there was a huge world here. They knew that they were members of this world, but they were the strongest. As long as they descended here, they would rule this place and become the central world of the myriad worlds. Coincidentally, the place where the chaotic divine world descended was the central place of the myriad worlds. Facing all of this, Chaotic Fire Dance's worldview was completely overturned. She saw with her own eyes what she was most proud of being destroyed in front of Long Chen. Amidst the destruction, Long Chen turned back and smiled at her. I remember that you once said that if I could defeat you, if I could pass through this chaos formation, you would take my surname, right? Although I haven't passed through it completely, I have already defeated you. So from now on, your name will be Long Hua Wu. That doesn't sound very nice. Go to hell. Chaotic Fire Dance was so angry that she was about to explode. She controlled the Star Moon Tear and Chaotic Green Tooth. Her face turned cold as she charged towards Long Chen. I can't be bothered to fight with you. Long Chen knew in his heart that breaking the first layer of the purple primal chaos formation had already played the role of intimidating the other party. However, if he continued, it would no longer be intimidating, it would be a provocation. Therefore, he believed that the Divine Master would really appear now and communicate with Long Chen. When he came out of the Death World, he was already outside the chaotic Divine World. From this position, one could see that the entire chaotic Divine Realm had changed from a purple planet to a blue planet. A blue ocean was surging and churning on it, creating huge waves. Amidst the waves, a blue sun could be vaguely seen in the water. Magnificent and majestic. It was Mo Xiaolong's favorite. Don't run. Chaotic Fire Dance charged up from below. The new rules were ready. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the primordial dragon sword. Destiny Killer Art. With a slash, it broke through the Chaotic Fire Dance, pierced through the silver moon, and hit her. At this moment, she was hit head-on. Her whole body froze, turning into a beautiful white jade statue. She still maintained the appearance of charging over. The anger in her eyes was vivid and lifelike. Her voluptuous figure was even more obvious when she stopped moving, especially the hot curves between her waist and buttocks. Don't move. I won't hurt you. All Long Chen did was imprison her. Just as he had expected, at this moment, the entire nine-colored chaos array began to tremble, emitting a deafening roar. Starting from the blue sea, a huge passageway suddenly appeared, revealing the Cyan Sea below. Then, another passageway appeared in the Cyan Sea. In just 10 breaths of time, the chaos formation seemed to have been penetrated, and it was huge. From where Long Chen was, he could see the chaotic divine world directly. The remaining 8 chaos formations opened up a passage for Long Chen. Is it opening the door to invite me in? Just as Long Chen expected. He believed that even the Lord God didn't expect Long Chen to be able to break the chaos formation. Chapter 3148. When Mo Xiaolang destroyed the first layer of the primal chaos formation diagram by devouring the purple sun, those powerful existences in the primal chaos divine world were probably all shocked. That was their proudest masterpiece. When they discovered that Long Chen could destroy the primal chaos formation diagram, they immediately chose to open the primal chaos formation diagram and let Long Chen in. This could be considered as a form of submission, at least in this small aspect. Indeed, Long Chen had given them a huge show of strength. Originally, they might have been toying with the myriad worlds in the palm of their hands. They did not expect that someone would come in such a way and really destroy the primal chaos formation diagram. Now that the primal chaos formation diagram was opened, it meant that Long Chen had blasted open the gate to the primal chaos divine world. Of course, Long Chen was clear that this was just a small issue of deterrence. It proved that they were not that easy to bully. The real confrontation was still inside. Now, it was just to make the primal chaos divine world look up to him a little. Since the primal chaos formation diagram was opened, Long Chen could not be bothered to make things difficult for primal chaos fire dance. He released the Destiny Killer Art and let her return to normal. Seeing that the primal chaos formation diagram was opened, Primal Chaos Fire Dance opened her mouth slightly. She looked at Long Chen with anger and hatred. Of course, there was also a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. If you infuriate my grandfather, not only you, the entire world will be in deep trouble. Long Chen, I advise you to take it easy. Don't regret it when the time comes. I can almost imagine the look on your face when you're crying and begging for mercy. Thank you for your reminder. You can rest assured. However, are you sure you don't have any ulterior motives for being so concerned about me? Long Chen replied indifferently. This caused Primal Chaos Fire Dance's face to turn fiery red. She wished she could skin him alive. She realized that if she continued to speak like this, she would only get angrier. Hence, she could not be bothered to say anything else. Since the Primal Chaos Formation diagram was opened, there would obviously be others appearing. In the time tunnel, Mo Xiaolang was in an isolated area. 10 days had passed since he devoured the largest central purple sun. Within these 10 days, the purple flames on his body gradually disappeared. Thank the heavens, Big Brother Xiaolang has finally digested it. Soyan patted her chest with a smile on her face. Look at you, little wife. Xueqi rolled his eyes. Bad Xueqi, how dare you laugh at me? Although they had been together for a long time, Soyan still blushed. At this time, Mo Xiaolang's aura changed again, sending Soyan and Xueqi flying. Soyan landed steadily on the ground, but Xueqi fell flat on his face. When Mo Xiaolang stood up in his human form, his body was filled with an endless flame. What he needed now was the original incipient grade boundless divine technique. Otherwise, his aura would be more intimidating. Especially after controlling the 5 ancestral fires, even if his principles were not as good as others, the ancestral fires could make up for it. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang found that the sky-swallowing clan's bloodline was vaguely awakening recently. Somehow, many principles had begun to appear in his memory. Big Brother, after devouring these purple suns, I've reached the complete realm of Ultimate God. It had not been long since Mo Xiaolang reached the Ultimate God realm. Of course, it had been a long time in the time tunnel. With the help of the primordial Kulpa flame and many purple suns, he had successfully reached the same realm as the 4 great rulers. Although he was not as mature as the 4 great rulers, he was still outstanding in some aspects. Currently, in his body, 5 ancestral fires were like emperors and there were many divine fires. However, from the outside, he still looked like a handsome young man who looked gentle and had no attacking power. This was the special characteristic of the sky-swallowing clan. That's great. Longchen guessed that it was about time. However, to be able to reach the complete realm of Ultimate God at this time would greatly increase the fighting power of the myriad worlds. Longchen was very happy. Big Brother, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have the chance to reach this step. The original incipient grade creation divine weapon, the Dark Ghost Incantation, was also given to him by Longchen. Since we've already come this far, let's not treat each other like outsiders. Take a good rest. We might need you to take action against the Chaos Gods. Time was not synchronized. Fortunately, Mo Xiaolang and Longchen were connected by faith. That was why they could communicate so quickly. Next, I need you to try your best to reach the level of the 4 great rulers in terms of fighting power. You still need the boundless divine technique and the creation divine weapon. As for principles, I can't help you. I can take care of that myself. The sky-swallowing clan's fastest improvement was in their realms. Everything else was slow. Longchen's improvement was always in other areas. His realms were the slowest. If he had Xiaolang's improvement speed, he would be even more monstrous. To Longchen, it only took him a split second to finish communicating with the wolf cub. At this time, he had just talked back to Chaos Fire Dance. At this time, in the Chaos God realm below, an aura that made even Longchen feel fear descended. It was as if the entire myriad worlds were dead silent. That existence was still in the deepest part of the Chaos God realm. His will had only arrived here to communicate with Longchen. Majestic, ancient, and vast. It came from the primordial chaos. I thought another Chaos God Master would appear. I didn't expect the Chaos God Master to come personally. Longchen could only maintain his will to not be crushed by this terrifying will. He was already a peerless expert, but this feeling of being suppressed by a stronger existence was even more uncomfortable. It is indeed terrifying. Even the proud Chaos Demon ancestor couldn't help but say this. He definitely wasn't praising the Chaos God Master. He was in awe from the bottom of his heart. I feel like we are just children in front of this guy. Heavenly God Luya squinted his eyes, feeling uneasy. Longchen is really not bad. He can withstand it. We might not be able to. Ancient God Savage Wilderness was the first to come into contact with Longchen. Seeing his huge improvement, he saw great hope. But now, the Chaos God race and the primeval troll were indeed facing a great calamity. At this time, the Chaos God Master's voice finally came from the depths of the Chaos God realm. The moment he spoke, the entire Chaos God realm was silent. All existences were devoutly silent and prostrating themselves. Friends from the myriad worlds, the Chaos God realm welcomes you. It was the same voice as that of the invitation. He is talking about you, not just you. In the death world, The heavenly law sacred emperor spoke after a moment of silence. That's right. He knows of our existence. Maybe he will know through the invitation when we are preparing to come over. After all, his invitation can't find us in the death world. As such, they didn't need to hide anymore. At this time, Long Chen opened the death world and the four rulers came out. The four terrifying existences that once stood at the peak of the myriad worlds were now guarding Long Chen. Long Chen was their leader and they supported Long Chen. No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have helpers. However, a frog at the bottom of a well will always be a frog at the bottom of a well. Why don't you take a look at where you are? So these are the so-called four rulers? They look different, but they are just as oh. The myriad worlds are so big, but there isn't a single person like my grandfather. How laughable. Off to the side, Chaotic Fire Dance taunted her with a few words. However, Long Chen and the others couldn't be bothered with this woman. It's our first time here. I would like to apologize to the Divine Lord. Also, I would like to apologize to the Divine Lord for the Chaos Formation map. I hope the Divine Lord won't mind. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. His words were clear. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against the Divine Lord's will. His voice was enough to shake the entire chaotic divine world. Even when talking about the Chaos Formation map, the Divine Lord's voice was indifferent. Regarding the Chaos Formation map, we are not good guests. You have the ability to destroy it. I have nothing to say. However, I would like to invite you to my chaotic divine world as guests. You can just crush the invitation. There is no need to force your way in. To be honest, if I really wanted to do something to the invitation, I wouldn't do it so obviously. Next to him, the Primal Chaos Fire Dance sect sneered and said, "That's right, a bunch of idiots. With my grandfather's status, how could he use dirty tricks to deal with you? It's all because you're too cunning. You don't dare to come here openly. Do you really need to put in so much effort? My grandfather knew that you were incompetent and couldn't travel through the starry sky. So, he specially allowed you to enter my chaotic divine world and my fire dance continent. You're as timid as mice." Now, it was clear that the reason why some divine emperors couldn't be contacted after entering the chaotic divine world was because of the Chaos Formation map. The Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world was powerful. Since it was an invitation, he must have come openly. Long Chen and the four sovereigns looked at each other. After understanding their thoughts, Long Chen said to the Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world, "It was all a misunderstanding. Now, we have some understanding of the situation. My name is Long Chen. These four are the four sovereigns of the myriad worlds. They control the north, south, east, and west star areas respectively. The five of us are at the peak of the myriad worlds. Now that the chaotic divine world has come to the myriad worlds. No, it should be said that it has returned to the myriad worlds and should become a part of the myriad worlds. Therefore, he invited us here to discuss the future. We feel that the five of us can represent the myriad worlds and settle the matter with the Divine Lord. Therefore, I asked the Divine Lord if the other divine emperors and divine emperors of the myriad worlds don't have to come here. It's useless for them to come here. This was also the main purpose of their visit. If the other divine emperors and divine emperors came here, the casualties would be uncontrollable. If the chaotic divine world was really cruel and unreasonable, it would be troublesome if there were too many of them. Moreover, the most worrying thing was that all the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were controlled by the chaotic divine world. If they were imprisoned, the Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world could easily control the entire myriad worlds. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. At this point, the Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world sighed slightly. Then he slowly said, "Long Chen, you misunderstood me. There must be a reason why I asked all of you to come here. There are some things that require everyone to be present. Moreover, I have already sent out the invitation. In the invitation, it stated that if you don't show up, your world will be destroyed and everyone will die. As the Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world, I never fail to do what I say. Therefore what you said is impossible." The Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world seemed to be quite amiable just now. No one expected him to be so domineering at this moment. He didn't give Long Chen any chance to turn back. What if I don't ask them to come? Long Chen understood that the so-called gathering of gods and demons of the myriad worlds was forced by the Divine Lord of the myriad worlds. There was no way they could turn back. If they didn't come, the Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world wouldn't be so amiable. As the Divine Lord of the chaotic divine world, it was impossible for him to be so amiable. Hearing Long Chen's answer, even the primordial chaos fire dance laughed. I'm a man of my word. If anyone doesn't show up, I will destroy their world and kill them. My invitation isn't that easy to accept. If they don't show up after 5 days, which is almost a month, the invitation will send them to the land of death. The so-called destruction of their world and the death of their people is just a matter of a single thought. Chapter 31:49. There was indeed something wrong with the invitation. However, the problem was not that it would bring people into a dangerous situation where they would be at the mercy of others. Instead, it was that if it was not suitable, it would take away the owner's life. Long Chen and the 4 hegemons hadn't thought of this at first. It could only be said that the Master God of Chaos was very powerful and terrifying. He could send a fatal invitation to every ultimate divine emperor and ultimate god and instantly control everyone's life and death. It could only be said that he was more decisive and cruel than Long Chen had imagined. He was not here to negotiate with Long Chen at all. Why, if you doubt what I said, I can let you try. As soon as the Chaos God Master finished speaking, the invitations that belonged to Long Chen and the 4 great rulers floated beside them. As soon as the Chaos God Master finished speaking, a terrifying might was released from each of the invitations. It was like a death scythe that was attached to the bones. It could control the lives of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds at all times. I believe you. After Long Chen said that, the 5 invitation cards barely returned to normal. Under the control of the Master God of Chaos, they disappeared beside them. Long Chen guessed that these hundreds of invitation cards must be the same kind of creation divine weapon. Moreover, they must be of a relatively high grade. With their cultivation realm, they naturally knew that the power of the invitation cards was enough to kill a primordial ultimate god in an instant. It could even destroy a world on a large scale. In other words, the Master God of Chaos only needed to think about it to cause great casualties in the myriad worlds. Countless living beings would be wiped out, numbering in the trillions. Needless to say, the Master God of Chaos was very likely to do that. Long Chen, there's no other way. He's too strong. No matter how hard we try, it seems like it's all for naught. He's already at a level where he can practically ignore our deterrence. The 5 of them were far from being able to instantly kill all the ultimate gods in the myriad worlds. That alone was enough to prove the Master God's strength. The 4 rulers had no other way. The Master God of Chaos was very satisfied with their shock. I can assure you that all of you will be able to reach the chaotic divine world safely. Some of you have already arrived at the outermost layer of the chaotic divine world, the Dancing Fire Continent. Some of you have already arrived and are staying on the Dancing Fire Continent. You will be able to find them when you enter. As long as you arrive, the invitations will disappear automatically and will no longer be a threat to you. Moreover, the most important thing is the divine demon gathering of the myriad realms. Our chaotic divine race has spent a lot of time and effort to return to our homeland, the vast myriad realms. Therefore, we just want to have a chat with all the experts. Since the 5 of you have arrived, then in 5 days, the divine demon gathering will be held on the 9th chaos continent of the chaotic divine realm, which is also my divine lord continent. Friends who have received the invitation must arrive at the Dancing Fire Continent before that. Otherwise, I can't do anything if there's any tragedy. Please believe me, the chaotic divine clan just wants to have a chat with you. At the end of his speech, Master of the Primal Chaos Gods paused for a moment before he said word by word. Everyone, you know very well the difference between my Primal Chaos Gods world and all of you. I will announce a peaceful decision during the gathering of gods and demons. If I really want to invade and destroy the myriad worlds, I only need to think about it. Thinking about it from this perspective, you will understand easily. Indeed, his words were easy to understand. What he meant was, you don't have to worry about me tricking you. Don't worry about me killing you in the chaotic divine realm. If I really wanted to kill you, I only need to think about it. Only an expert who truly stood above the 4 hegemons would be able to say such domineering words. The Master God of Chaos was such a person. This sentence was enough to suffocate Long Chen and the other 4 rulers. Finally, I welcome the 5 of you. 5 days later, I will be waiting for you at the Divine Lord continent. My granddaughter, fire dance, will take you to the dancing fire continent. If you don't like to crush the invitation, please go through the chaos formation map. The will of the master god of chaos dissipated after he said the last word. Long Chen and the four rulers could finally feel a little better. This last sentence was a form of invisible ridicule. It proved that Long Chen hadn't broken through the violet chaos formation diagram to establish his might. Instead, he was like a child trying to show off in front of an expert, thinking himself clever. Now, do you understand how ridiculous you are? Long Chen, can you still be proud of yourself? I can take a piss and look at my embarrassing appearance. What a bunch of cowards. I don't want to talk to you anymore. If you have the guts, hurry up and follow me to my dancing fire continent. Hee hee. Primal Chaos Fire Dance's eyes flashed with extreme disdain. She swayed her hips, covered in silver light, and swaggered through the passage of the Primal Chaos Array, heading towards the real Primal Chaos Divine Realm. Her mockery was indeed very infuriating. Every dog has its day, and now it was her turn to be arrogant. However, Long Chen was definitely not as angry as she thought he would be. He was too lazy to say more and was thinking about the real important things. The four of you, in the face of absolute strength, we can only do as he says. We have to let the divine emperors and hierarchs arrive here in these few days. Then, no one knows what will happen in the celestial demon gathering 5 days later. The only change we can make is to adapt to the situation. No matter what, the outcome is not decided yet. We still don't know who will be laughing in the end. I agree, this is the only way. The Heavenly Law Divine Emperor was a rational person, and his view was the same as Long Chen's. Alright, if others are strong, then we are grandchildren. This has been the truth since ancient times. In all these years, I have never been suppressed like this. The chaos demonic ancestor's face was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. I also believe that with this divine master's ability, there is no need for him to play some tricks on us. Now we can only see how peaceful his so-called method is, and how much we have to pay. God of Heaven Lu said. Chaos Fire Dance had already entered. Long Chen looked at the invitation card not far away from him and said, "Everyone, let me try this invitation card first. If there is nothing wrong, then it won't be too late for you to come in." Long Chen had 3 worlds, so he could escape no matter what. All right. After saying that, Long Chen did not say anything else. He directly grabbed the invitation card and instantly crushed it. A smooth layer of light enveloped his body. It was definitely the power of space that enveloped Long Chen. It was not much different from Lingxi's space rules, but it was more profound. He instantly controlled Long Chen's body and pulled Long Chen into the vortex of space. Because the distance was too close, Long Chen came out in an instant. He landed on a huge continent. This was the Chaos God realm. It was said that this was the Fire Dance continent. Long Chen could roughly see the Chaos God realm from the outside. At that time, it looked like a planet even larger than the ancestral planet. However, the Divine Master seemed to have said that there were 9 Chaos continents. If the planet he saw was only the Fire Dance continent, there were obviously 8 equally large Chaos continents, but he did not know where they were. Otherwise, if it was just a planet that was about 3 times the size of the ancestral planet, the Fire Dance continent that was 3 times the size of the ancestral planet did not seem to be the territory of an original level world. After all, the ancestral planet had companion stars, and the area of all the companion stars added up was about the same as the Fire Dance continent under his feet. The Divine Master of the Chaos God did not lie to us. With the invitation card, I can indeed stand on this continent without any restrictions. I can look up and see the 9-color chaos formation pattern, and I can also see you. As soon as Long Chen came in, he told the 4 dominators the news. When he just finished speaking, in fact, the chaotic Fire Dance continent had already passed through the chaos formation pattern and landed on top of his head. She looked down at Long Chen arrogantly, and her face was full of pride and arrogance. At that moment, she could not wait to slap Long Chen a few times to vent her anger. "Hey, weren't you scared to death just now? Why are you using my grandfather's invitation card now? Are you going to destroy our chaos formation pattern, idiot?" "If there's a chance I will," Long Chen responded faintly, cutting off what she was about to say. To be honest, Long Chen really knew how to do it. After devouring the purple chaos formation pattern, Mo Xiaolang had reached the consummate realm of Divine Master. If he devoured the entire 9-color chaos formation pattern, he would probably break through to the next realm, and that might be a turning point for him. Ignoring the chaotic fire dance continent and looking around, the entire fire dance continent was indeed equal to the entire ancestral planet plus its companion stars. It was about twice the size of Pangu continent. It was an ancient and sturdy world of the highest level. In this world, the energy flowing everywhere was of a higher level than Panga's energy. This was a power that only an original level world could possess. The entire fire dance continent was rich in energy, with a hint of purple in it. Even a trace of purple energy was almost equal to the total energy of an entire world of primordial chaos. The gap between the levels of the worlds was so huge. Under the nourishment of such rich spiritual energy, the entire dancing fire continent was filled with countless primordial immortal essences and chaos treasures. With such rich spiritual energy, the Chaos God tribe had become so powerful. To them, becoming a god was an easy task. As far as the eye could see, the overall level of hundreds of trillions of Chaos Gods was completely above that of the barbarians on Panga continent. It was truly a world with countless gods and demons, and this was only a small part of it. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen's divine kingdom had begun to automatically devour the original level energy here. Under the infusion of this energy, the dragons in the divine kingdom absorbed it hungrily, as if they had encountered a Gon Lin after a long drought. It was a pity that the realms of life and death and the tunnel of time could not absorb it, or else Long Chen would have absorbed enough before leaving. With such a foundation, it made sense for the Chaos Gods to be arrogant. The superior attitude of the Chaos Fire Dance continent was also understandable. Compared to all the worlds in the myriad of worlds, they were indeed the #1 world. At this time, the 4 sovereigns had crushed the invitation cards one by one and came to Long Chen's side. Long Chen raised his head and looked through the tunnel of the Chaos Array diagram. He could see their figures flashing and coming to his side. Around him, there were a few ultimate god emperors who had entered before but had lost contact with them. Only the divine venerables did not act on their own because they had a close relationship with the 4 sovereigns. It turned out that the masters of chaos gods were too lazy to trick them. Now that they finally saw the 4 sovereigns, the shocked god emperors hurriedly came up and bowed. "Did anything happen to you these days?" Ancient God Savage Wilderness asked. "No, they told us to wait here for everyone. They are very strong. This world is too scary." Next to them, the Chaos Fire Dance continent could not help but giggle. A group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world and are still worried about the invitation cards. "Be good and listen to me, and my grandfather will not make things difficult for you. You have just arrived a few days ago, so you must not have seen such a level of spiritual energy. This is the 9-colored chaos spiritual energy. Take this opportunity to absorb some. In the future, you may not be qualified to enter the Chaos God's realm." At this time, the 4 sovereigns could only let the remaining divine venerables and god emperors come. Seeing that the Chaos Fire Dance continent was very idle, Long Chen wanted to ask her about something. It was about the Chaos Gods. Chapter 3150. Just stay here. I'll come pick you up in 5 days. Remember, the Fire Dance mainland is my territory. Don't wander around, and don't hurt or kill my people. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't get away with it. The Chaos Inferno dance finally showed off in front of Long Chen, so she wouldn't let go of any chance to humiliate them. In fact, the Divine Master had arranged a place for Long Chen and the others to stay, but the Chaos Inferno dance wanted them to stay in this mountain range. Her silver moon armor emitted a cold light, setting off her cold temperament. She was like a goddess of the moon. In the eyes of the hundreds of trillions of living beings on the Fire Dance mainland, she was the supreme primal chaos holy sovereign. She was the owner of the Fire Dance mainland, above billions of gods and devils. Such an existence was defeated by Long Chen. That was an unforgivable humiliation for the Chaos Inferno dance. She had long sworn that she would avenge this humiliation. At least in the Chaos Divine world, she had never been humiliated. Since young, she had been the brightest star in the entire Chaos Divine world. Now, she was like a monarch overlooking the world. Even if the 4 sovereigns weren't weaker than her, there was only contempt in her eyes. Long Chen was calm now. He was not on the same side as the Chaos Inferno dance, so he couldn't be bothered to understand her insults. He asked, "You mean this is the Fire Dance mainland, And this isn't the Chaos Divine World? The Chaos Inferno dance sneered and said, "A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. How can a world of origin be only as big as the Fire Dance mainland? My Fire Dance mainland is only the outermost layer of the Chaos Divine World. Through the Chaos Divine Path, you can enter the Chaos Divine World. Let me tell you, from the Chaos Divine Path, there are a total of 9 Chaos continents. The end of the Chaos Divine Path is the core of the Chaos Divine World, the Divine Master mainland. That is where my grandfather is." Long Chen understood a little. The so-called Chaos Divine Path must be somewhere in the Fire Dance mainland. It was like a bottomless pit that led to other continents. The Fire Dance mainland was the outer shell of the Chaos Divine World. Its structure was a little like the Chaos Array diagram. The Fire Dance mainland was the purple Chaos Array diagram, and the other continents were the other Chaos Array diagrams. The passageway that appeared in the Chaos Array diagram was naturally similar to the Chaos Divine Tao. In the entire Primal Chaos Divine World, the Primal Chaos Array diagram and the Primal Chaos continent seemed to have 18 layers. The Divine Master continent was the core. If you control the Fire Dance continent, does that mean that there is a Primal Chaos Holy Sovereign like you in every Primal Chaos continent? Long Chen probed. What? Are you trying to find out more about my Primal Chaos Divine World? Seeing Long Chen's intentions, the Primal Chaos Flame Dance said with disdain in her eyes. "I don't care if you don't tell me." The key was still the Divine Master. There were a few existences similar to the 4 sovereigns, so it didn't matter much. The Primal Chaos Flame Dance smiled proudly and said, "Anyway, I've scared you enough today. I'm not afraid to tell you that your guess is right. In our Primal Chaos Divine World, there are a total of 8 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns like me. They control 8 different Primal Chaos continents. I'm the weakest one, which is why I'm at the outermost layer. My grandfather, the Divine Master, is at the core of the Divine Master continent. 1 Divine Master, 8 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns, hundreds of Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns, and countless Divine Emperors. 8. This number had indeed exceeded Long Chen and the 4 sovereigns' expectations. They originally thought that there would be 4 or 5, but they didn't expect there to be 8. Including the Divine Master, there were 9. On Long Chen's side, there were only 6 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns, including Mo Xiaolang, who had just become a perfected ultimate god and was probably not a match for the Primal Chaos Flame Dance. However, the number of Primal Chaos Divine Masters was equivalent to several Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. 8 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns and hundreds of Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. Thus, even without the Divine Master, the Primal Chaos Divine World strength was almost twice that of the myriad worlds. For example, the Primal Chaos Divine World had hundreds of Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. In the entire myriad worlds, there were only about 60 to 70 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. Why? Only now do you know what fear is? What a joke. The Primal Chaos Flame Dance crossed her arms and stood in front of those impressive peaks, looking down on Long Chen. Forget it, I can't be bothered to say more to you. Anyway, in 5 days, my grandfather will explain to all of you. You will also see how strong our Primal Chaos Divine World is and how it surpasses your weak myriad worlds. Just wait and see. Goodbye. The Primal Chaos Flame Dance retreated and disappeared into the purple radiance. She's bearing a grudge against you. Heaven God Luya appeared in front of Long Chen with a naughty smile on his face. Although she's powerful, she's just a spoiled child. I've encountered too many opponents like her, so she's not worth my attention. As for you guys, what do you think of the 8 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns and hundreds of Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns? The 4 juggernauts looked at each other. What can we do? As long as they don't touch our limits, we'll lower our heads. We can't afford to lose, and the other party probably won't want to fight to the death. After all, Long Chen, you have the life and death realms and the time tunnel. The Primal Chaos Holy Master might not be able to kill you. Furthermore, you can destroy their Primal Chaos Array diagram. The Primal Chaos Holy Master said directly. Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, "Ancestor is right. The situation is more or less like this. After 5 days, we'll stick to a bottom line. Once the other party crosses the bottom line, we'll have to fight to the death. After all, we still have the primeval troll. In fact, we can find the best way to take a detour, but the plan won't be of much use now. After all, we don't know what the Primal Chaos Holy Master is up to." At this time, under the permission of the four juggernauts, the ultimate realm divine emperors and hierarchs arrived one after another. In the entire myriad of worlds, except for the life and death realms and the time tunnel, all the ultimate realm divine emperors and hierarchs quickly arrived. The primal chaos holy master helped Long Chen to count the number of hierarchs in the myriad of worlds. After all of them had arrived, there were a total of 64 ultimate realm divine emperors. The total of 700 ultimate realm divine emperors was less than the primal chaos holy master. That was the entire myriad of worlds. Now, all the experts in the myriad of worlds had gathered here. Many of them were still unaware of the situation. Since all of you are here, I, Long Chen, will take you to a place where you can talk and rest. We will return in 5 days. All right. Now that everyone knew that even the four juggernauts vaguely regarded Long Chen as their leader, there was nothing they could do. Among this group of people, there were the 3 Tao ancestors of the third heaven, all the hierarchs of Panga continent, the Holy Mother of 9 heavens, Lord Taihao, Shangyong fairy of the demon clan who had lost to Long Chen, the beast mother, and so on. There were also some hierarchs from the northern galaxy who had not been seen before, such as the Heaven Punisher and Shen Yi. But one of them was missing, and that was Shin Jun. Shin Jun is not here. Maybe the Primal Chaos Holy Master did not track the primeval troll with the invitation card, so he escaped. Or maybe the Primal Chaos Holy Master knows about the existence of the primeval troll. There were these 2 possibilities. However, Long Chen still teleported all the experts above the ultimate God Emperor realm to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time in an instant. This way, the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time was a little crowded. Everyone, this is the Tower of Time. Time moves 1,000 times faster here. 5 days outside is equivalent to more than 13 years here. So, we have 13 years to prepare. Now, I'd better explain to you the situation we are facing. Under the instructions of the 4 juggernauts, as the young leader of the myriad of worlds, Long Chen shouldered this responsibility. It was not only a responsibility to them, but also to all living beings. Whether it was the Dragonrite continent or the myriad of worlds, they were all Long Chen's home. He had to protect his family and friends. Now that the primal chaos divine race was invading, he had come here with a mission to fight for the greatest chance of survival. In the following period, Long Chen explained to the God Emperors and Ultimate Gods what he and the 4 juggernauts had seen in the Primal Chaos Divine Realm. Therefore, the Primal Chaos Divine Realm has a Primal Chaos Holy Master who can instantly annihilate everyone present, 8 Primal Chaos Holy Masters who are equivalent to the 4 juggernauts in front of you, and hundreds of primordial Ultimate Gods. The Primal Chaos Divine Realm surpasses the entire myriad of worlds. Everyone knows what I want to say. The end of the myriad of worlds. Some God Emperors were so scared that their faces turned pale. When they heard that a world of origin had descended, they were actually scared out of their wits. In other words, it's very likely that the Primal Chaos Divine race will annihilate all of us here so that they can rule the myriad of worlds. In the eyes of many, they were already in a rather negative mood. However, most of them were still determined. After all, they were all top figures, and some of them were ultimate gods. For the time being, they would not be frightened. Long Chen, what do you think we should do? Among the ultimate gods, a person whom Long Chen did not recognize asked. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "The 5 of us have already thought about it. For now, if the War of the Myriad Worlds were to happen, it goes without saying that we will definitely lose. We will also suffer heavy casualties. However, the Primal Chaos Divine race will also be wary of us. After all, they are also worried about casualties, especially the 5 of us. As long as we have the chance, we can stir up a storm of blood in the Primal Chaos Divine realm. The most critical moment is in 5 days. In fact, to us, it's 13 years. We will face them directly. When the time comes, it will depend on what the Primal Chaos Holy Master wants. To put it simply, if he crosses our bottom line, we can only fight to the death. In any case, we can't just sit and wait for death. However, if he respects us, we can respect him. Chapter 3151. With him taking the lead, everyone cheered. Long Chen's reputation immediately rose to the peak, and he soon became the pillar of support for everyone. Even though he was young, he was willing to take on the responsibility. Everyone was willing to admire him. Since everyone is willing, then at least when facing the Chaos God race, our myriad worlds will see Long Chen as our leader. The heavenly Tao Divine Emperor directly said. With his sincerity, the gods were in an uproar. This could be considered as establishing Long Chen's position. Heroes were born in troubled times. At this moment, Long Chen was a superhero standing on the stage of history. With his current strength, he has already surpassed the four of us. With his temperament, hot-bloodedness, and terrifying potential, our myriad worlds have Long Chen as our leader. Everyone can be at ease. There is no need to be discouraged or give up until the very end. The true battle has just begun. Heavenly God Luya said. Ancient God Savage Wilderness also said, that's right. As experts, we naturally have the responsibility to protect the world. Now that our homeland is in trouble, the common people are in trouble, and the myriad worlds are in trouble, it is time for us to contribute our strength and protect our homeland. I hope that everyone will not shirk from this responsibility. Long Chen will be our greatest hope. The three human paragons all praised Long Chen. In addition, the Chaos Demon Ancestor also tacitly agreed. At least from the start, the myriad worlds had formed a core with Long Chen as the leader. This way, no matter what they did, it would be more convenient. Next, they had a large amount of time to prepare for the Celestial Demon Gathering. For those who weren't part of Long Chen's team, 13 years was actually just a blink of an eye. Their strength didn't increase by much. During this period of time, everyone had gathered together. Under the pressure of the same disaster, they had formed a rare friendship. After all, everyone was standing on the same rope at this time. Long Chen, on the other hand, was working hard to break through to a higher realm and more powerful laws. He had made great progress recently, but he was clearly far from reaching the end. Everyone surrounded Long Chen, fighting for the peace of the myriad worlds. Naturally, no one wanted to give up their homes, but the Chaos Gods would definitely want to invade these places. Tai Su said that the last place the second ancestral dragon appeared was near the Chaos Divine Realm. Before the epoch, this place was actually not far from the dragon's sacrificial continent. I just don't know if it still exists now. However, time was of the essence, and Long Chen did not have the chance to search for it. The news that Mo Xiaolang had reached the perfect realm of ultimate God was known to the four rulers. Now that they had another ruler-level existence on their side, the four rulers were certainly happy. Thus, when he heard that Mo Xiaolang didn't have an original incipient grade infinite divine technique, the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor took out an infinite divine technique called the Burning Sky Record and gave it to Mo Xiaolang. Thanking him, Mo Xiaolang quickly used the Burning Sky memory to transform his power to original incipient level. He now had the power of a complete realm divine venerable. These 10 years are more or less my explosive period. Big brother, don't worry. When the gods and demons gathering arrives, I will at least block a primal chaos holy venerable for you. Mo Xiaolang never bragged. He would naturally do what he said. Then there was Lingxi. Although it would be difficult for Lingxi to reach the perfect stage ultimate god realm from the primal chaos realm, Long Chen found that she had made great progress after getting the divine curse ring. Now, she was completely relaxed and was studying the silence curse and the divine destiny curse. Maybe she would really succeed one day. In the end, after 10 years, she told Long Chen that she was already confident that she could perform it. However, just like the progenitor, she could only use the silence mantra once a month, and the heavenly fate mantra consumed a lot of energy. Even with Long Chen's 3 lifetimes emotion silk supporting him, it would still take a lot of energy. Therefore, she went to study other primordial divine curses. Obviously, her talent in this aspect was stronger than the origin ancestors. Everyone was working hard. At least, no one gave up. Long Chen was very pleased to see that. All these years, the estrangement between him and the Chaos Demon Ancestor had disappeared. Now that he understood what kind of person Long Chen was, the Chaos Demon Ancestor could only sigh. Everything that happened back then could only be blamed on the Chaos Saint being too arrogant. Time would always pass. Even 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. In fact, the time that Long Chen looked forward to the most in the past 13 years was Kitten's awakening. However, another 13 years had passed and there was still no movement from that guy. He remembered Zhu Shi jumping up and down every day. This guy is really worrisome. If he can help me suppress the Master God Chaos, the crisis of the myriad worlds will obviously be solved in an instant. If Kitten woke up, he would obviously not be weaker than the Master God. According to Long Chen's guess, The Master God should be in the ultimate God realm. He had not reached the Ancestor realm and was certainly not a half-step Ancestor realm. It would be the best result if he could wake up before the myriad world celestial demon gathering. Unfortunately, he did not. Therefore, Long Chen had to bite the bullet and bring everyone to the myriad world celestial demon gathering. Time was up. Of course, Long Chen still had great hope for Kitten. 13 years later, Long Chen brought the strongest team of the myriad worlds to the Fire Dance continent from the Time Tunnel. Now that everyone had settled down, they had a great fighting spirit in their hearts. Therefore, when this team of more than 700 people came out of the Tower of Time, they still formed a certain impact on the chaotic Fire Dance continent. Boom! The experts of the myriad worlds arrived in the chaotic divine realm. On the Fire Dance continent, billions of people were instantly suffocated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The majestic sound of the wind echoed in the Fire Dance continent. Haha! After recovering from her shock, Primal Chaos Fire Dance retracted her shocked expression. Her expression turned cold and soon, a mocking smile appeared on her smooth face. She said, "Aya, you've escaped? And here I thought you bunch of cowards would run away just like that and hand over the infinite worlds to us." Then, she looked at Long Chen and sneered, "What's wrong? I told you last time that we have 8 chaotic holy venerables. Did that scare you? Look at your pale face now. Are you afraid? But I have no choice. I still have to bring you to the myriad world celestial demon gathering. My chaotic god clan has been waiting for you." Long Chen's face did not turn pale. It was purely the chaotic Fire Dance continent's nonsense to feel superior. Although this woman was beautiful and everyone wanted to conquer her, she was a poison. Every frown and smile of hers was a deadly weapon. "Aren't you going to lead the way? Can you not waste time?" Long Chen was now the leader of the group. Their mighty aura was something the chaotic Fire Dance continent could not resist. The 4 sovereigns, all the divine venerables, and hundreds of god emperors in Long Chen's group had the same will. Ridiculous. The chaotic Fire Dance continent glanced coldly at Long Chen. Then, she twisted her hips and deliberately moved forward at her peak speed. Long Chen was a huge burden, so he would naturally embarrass himself if he could not catch up with her. However, as soon as she used that speed, she found that she had sunk into mud. "Aren't you going to run? Why are you so slow?" Long Chen led the group and caught up with her in an instant. The chaotic Fire Dance continent was furious. She remembered that this was Long Chen's terrifying law of time, the eternal whirlpool. Now that she was trapped in it, she naturally could not move fast. "Lead the way. Don't play any childish tricks. You're not a 3-year-old, and neither am I." Long Chen glared at her and said coldly, "Just wait and see. You're arrogant now, but when we reach the Divine Lord continent, you won't even have time to cry." The chaotic Fire Dance continent had no one to help her, and she could not do anything to Long Chen. So, she could only wait until they reached the Divine Lord continent. Therefore, she did not say anything more and led Long Chen and the others to cross the Fire Dance continent. There was a huge teleportation formation on the Fire Dance continent. Only one person could build a formation in an origin-level world, and that was the chaotic Lord God. It was extremely difficult to cross an origin-level world. With the formation diagram, Long Chen and the experts quickly arrived at the edge of the Primal Chaos Divine Tao. There were 9 different colors in the sky, and the Primal Chaos Divine Tao below their feet was the gathering place of the 9-colored Primal Spiritual Qi. Large amounts of Primal Spiritual Qi were emitted from the Primal Chaos Divine Tao, and one could see many beautiful worlds inside. Did you notice that there are no gods and demons above the ultimate God Emperor realm in the entire Fire Dance continent? Heavenly God Lu whispered into Long Chen's ear. "They probably brought them to the Divine Lord continent. Just in time to shock us," said Long Chen. At this time, the Primal Chaos Fire Dance had already rushed into the Primal Chaos Divinity. With Long Chen in the lead, the experts of the myriad of worlds no longer had any fear in their hearts. They followed behind Long Chen and the 4 sovereigns, rushing into the Primal Chaos Divinity that was filled with Primal Chaos Spiritual Qi, heading towards the next beautiful world in the depths. As they went deeper into the chaotic divine path, there was indeed another huge continent below. From that continent, the Fire Dance continent was their sky. However, Long Chen and the others would not stay on this continent. They did not know the name of this so-called continent that was slightly smaller than the Fire Dance continent, but obviously of a higher level. It was probably named after the person who controlled it. There were no experts above the ultimate God-Emperor realm on this continent. Next was the third chaotic continent, the fourth. They went all the way down to the core of the chaotic divine realm. The deeper they went, the smaller the territory, but the higher the level. The chaotic spirit chi was denser, and the colors were different. For example, in the second chaotic continent, the chaotic spirit chi was mixed with blue, which was purer than the purple. Perhaps the chaotic formation map was set up according to the colors of the chaotic spirit chi. It was easy to guess that the densest color was gold. From the chaotic divine path all the way down, the experts of the myriad worlds were greatly shocked. They had to admit that the origin world was too beautiful. It was as if they had witnessed the true horror of the myriad worlds. Each of the continents was home to hundreds of trillions of people, all of whom were members of the primal chaos god race. Among them were countless god spirits. This was a world that truly belonged to the gods. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, the chaotic fire dance continent was very proud. She sneered. "You are a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Don't celebrate too early. When you see the core of the Divine Lord continent, you will probably cry." "Ha! What do you mean? What about the Divine Lord continent?" Chapter 3152. The Godly Continent was an origin grade chaos treasure. It was the 9th grade of origin grade. At that moment, Long Chen almost suffocated. The strongest creation divine weapons he had ever seen were the half-origin primordial dragon sword and the curse ring. As for the origin dragon palace, it only stored the origin dragon soul and inheritance blood essence. For the time being, Long Chen couldn't use it at all. All of a sudden, Primordial Fire Dance said that the Godly Continent was an origin-grade chaos treasure. Even if it was a chaos treasure and not a creation divine weapon, it was still shocking. Back then, when the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was on the brink of destruction, Di Jun used the Eternal-grade creation divine artifact, the Eternal Incandescent Stone, to stabilize the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, allowing even godly kings to descend upon it. As for the chaos divine realm in front of me, it's worthy of being an origin-grade world. The core of this entire world is actually an origin-grade chaos treasure. Long Chen and the four rulers looked at each other and saw the shock and helplessness in their eyes. Now it seemed that Long Chen's display of power to the chaos gods was really too weak. On the other hand, the other party could easily intimidate him. Now, they had arrived at the second-last chaotic mainland. As long as they passed through this chaotic mainland, they would be able to reach the core of the chaotic divine realm. Similarly, all the experts above the ultimate divine emperor realm had disappeared from this chaotic mainland. This second-last primal chaos continent was filled with an incomparably dense primal chaos spiritual energy. Mixed within it was a silver aura that could only be described as terrifying. Long Chen's time was limited, but if he swallowed a little of the silver aura into his divine kingdom, even if it was just a little, it could cause earth-shattering changes to his divine kingdom. With this origin-grade world, no wonder the chaos gods are so powerful. A world created experts. The 9-colored chaos spiritual chi had nurtured too many experts. This silver continent was only half the size of the fire dance continent, but it was grander, more solid, and of a higher level. Seeing Long Chen and the others' shocked expressions, Primordial Fire Dance was indescribably proud. She stood proudly in front of Long Chen with a scornful look. "We're almost there. You'd better be prepared. Don't get scared to death. That would be funny." Amidst the arrogant laughter of the primal chaos fire dance, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds passed through the primal chaos divine path and passed the second-to-last primal chaos continent. With a flash of light, they rushed into a starry sky. The primal chaos divine path in front of them disappeared, and what appeared was a void. In the silent void, there was a kind of 9-colored chaotic spiritual chi mixed with golden aura. This place was the most heaven-defying spiritual chi that Long Chen had ever been to. Many ultimate realm deity emperors had a sad look on their faces. Long Chen finally understood why only ultimate realm deity emperors and above could come here. This was because any god fiend below that level would probably explode from the 9-colored chaos spiritual energy. Under such a majestic chaotic spiritual energy, there was an incomparably shocking object in the center of the entire void. Everyone who had just entered naturally saw that planet at first glance. It was a small 9-colored planet shrouded in a 9-colored mist. Its surface area was only about 100,000th of the fire dance continent. However, this was an origin chaos treasure. It was precisely because of the origin chaos treasure that it gave Long Chen and the others so much pressure. A chaos treasure that was the size of a planet. No one would dare to imagine such a thing. The huge deterrence made it difficult for the ultimate realm deity emperors to raise their heads. They could only follow behind Long Chen and the others in shock. Even though they had experienced 13 years of stability, at this moment, they seemed to be trembling with fear. Their fighting spirit was also being worn down by this origin chaos treasure. Do you see that? This is our Divine Lord continent, the Origin Oregon. My grandfather and thousands of gods and demons of the Chaos God clan are waiting for you there. The primal chaos fire dance said in an incomparably proud tone. Then, she glanced at Long Chen with a smug look and headed toward the Divine Lord continent. As for the myriad worlds, the Origin Ore was too dangerous for them, so no one dared to go near it. They are on this Divine Lord continent. They could almost feel the vast and majestic auras on the Divine Lord continent, which were definitely stronger than the troops of the myriad worlds. Grandpa, these cowards don't seem to have the guts to land on our Divine Lord continent. After returning to the Origin Ore, the primal chaos fire dance turned her head and placed one hand on her waist. Her divine body curved into a beautiful curve, but she laughed bitterly. As soon as she said that, the entire Divine Lord continent burst into laughter. Boom, boom, boom. Too many gods and demons were mocking Long Chen and the others. When they released their auras, the primal chaos spirit chi on the Origin Ore surged like the waves of a storm. It doesn't matter. Let's go out and meet them. These bastards from the myriad worlds are so cowardly. No wonder they came to our chaotic divine realm. Let's go out. We don't want to scare them. After all, they have never seen an origin-level divine item before. Under the agitation of the primal chaos fire dance, the primal chaos spiritual chi surged. All of a sudden, countless beams of light shot out from the Divine Lord continent. Each beam of light was a supreme being expert. Altogether, there were more than 1,000 beams of light. They rushed out from the 9-colored primal chaos spiritual chi, forming a majestic army with towering divine might. Both sides' eyes met. On Long Chen's side, there were about 700 people, which was the total number of people from the myriad worlds. On the side of the chaotic gods, there were more than 1,000 people, which was close to twice the number of people from the myriad worlds. All the experts from the chaotic gods charged forward. In terms of numbers and momentum, they were close to twice the number of people from the myriad worlds. Their appearance in the clouds, arrogant and ferocious, naturally brought great shock to Long Chen's team. Both sides had more than 10 rulers by several times. Close to 200 ultimate gods. Close to 2,000 ultimate god emperors. This kind of collision was simply a super grand event that had never happened before in the myriad worlds. Only such a scale could be qualified to be called the Myriad World Celestial Demon Festival. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He was in front of the troops from the myriad worlds, with the 4 rulers beside him. On the opposite side, there were 8 primal chaos saints. The primal chaos fire dance was the last among them. Sure enough, the primal chaos fire dance did not lie to him. Their chaotic divine realm had 8 primal chaos saints, which were existences at the level of rulers. If Long Chen had not been born, they would have twice the number of people from the myriad worlds. With a single glance, he could tell that the 8 primal chaos holy venerates were very frightening. Not a single one of them was weaker than primal chaos dancefire or the 4 hegemons. In fact, he could tell at a glance that some of them surpassed the 4 hegemons. They had greater attainments in cultivation, and that chaotic sacred venerate might even have a half-origin destinable divine artifact in his possession. Not to mention the Lord God, Long Chen was almost sure that he, Mo Xiaolang, and the 4 rulers could not fight against these 8 people. The Lord God had not appeared yet. The huge troops from both sides met. The primal chaos saints were shrouded in clouds and mist. They were arrogant, suppressing the gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Their faces were filled with arrogance and cold smiles. Just like the primal chaos fire dance, their eyes were filled with pure contempt. They did not take the experts in front of them seriously at all. At this moment, they made way for a passage. "Welcome, Lord God." All the primal chaos saints half knelt in the void and shouted in unison. Their voices created a huge roar and lifted the large amount of chaotic spiritual chi that covered the surface of the origin incandescent stone. At this moment, the origin incandescent stone lit up. All the primal chaos saints, including the 8 primal chaos saints, looked at the depths of the origin incandescent stone with the most respectful eyes. Bas. Although it was a little blurry, Long Chen could still see that in the deepest part of the origin incandescent stone, in the core position. Looking through the interior of the origin incandescent stone, he could see a person there. He did not move at all, as though he was sealed in the center of the origin incandescent stone. Because it was too deep, Long Chen could not see the person's appearance clearly. The only thing that shocked him was the pair of eyes. He could not describe what it felt like, but it was undeniably terrifying. This was a pair of eyes that could see through the heaven and earth, the universe and the primordial era. Under the scrutiny of this pair of eyes, Long Chen felt that he had no secrets. There were too many secrets hidden in the depths of the origin incandescent stone. With just a glance, Long Chen could feel that this was a character that surpassed them. He was definitely the Lord God of the primal chaos saints. It was because of the existence of this Lord God that the primal chaos saints were so arrogant at this moment. He's actually in the depths of the origin incandescent stone. Could it be that he's sealed and can't move? He's just trying to scare us. Seeing this scene, some of the people from the myriad worlds started discussing in secret. In fact, Long Chen had the same thought. However, he had a hunch that staying in the depths of the origin incandescent stone was just a form of cultivation, improvement, or recovery. He was definitely not being sealed. This was his territory. The Divine Master mainland was his home. Shut up. What they were talking about was danger. At this moment, the Lord God of the primal chaos responded. His voice penetrated the origin incandescent stone and rumbled in the ears of the myriad worlds' gods and demons like thunder. Everyone was even more shocked. Many of the god emperors and godly venerables who were still discussing shut their mouths at this moment. The Lord God of the primal chaos had appeared. Then, the real show had begun. Long Chen stood at the forefront against the Lord God of the primal chaos. No matter how strong the other party was, he could not show any weakness at this moment. Welcome, friends from the myriad worlds, to today's Gods and Demons gathering. Chapter 3153. The Chaos Gods and the Gods and Demons stood opposite each other. The faces of the Chaos Gods were still filled with contempt and arrogance. As for the Gods and Demons of the myriad worlds, because they had a unified will, no matter how strong the Chaos Gods were, they tightly guarded their own will, not being attacked by the other party, not being frightened by the other party. Even if the Chaos God Master had shown up. In the origin or, the Chaos God Master raised his voice and said, "Now that everyone is here, I will announce the official start of the Gods and Demons gathering. First, let me briefly introduce to everyone that besides me, there are 8 more Chaos Saint Masters in the Chaos Gods clan. They are at the same level as the 4 rulers. They control the 8 continents." This was a show of power and deterrence. Of course, this was not the main point. While everyone was silent and waiting for him to speak, the Master of Chaos Overlord said, "I don't like to beat around the bush. From the perspective of the strength of both sides, the Chaos Overlord is twice as strong as all of you, even if I don't count myself in. Now that the Chaos Overlord has descended upon all realms, and as the only original level world in all realms, the law of the jungle prevails, I have decided that from today onwards, the Chaos Overlord will rule over all realms." This was what he meant by peace. Godmaster, how will the Chaos Gods clan rule the myriad worlds? The method was the key. Was it to destroy the gods and demons of the myriad worlds and replace them? Long Chen had expected that the Chaos God Master would not invite them as guests. Now that the Chaos God Master had made such a decision, he was no exception. In the midst of the laughter of the Chaos God clan, the Chaos God Lord said coldly, "We have decided on the method. From now on, I will send my Chaos God clan to manage each world together with you. For example, the 4 original incipient level worlds, I will send 1 Chaos God Saint Master and 5 to 10 ultimate gods to guard each world together with you. If there is any conflict during the management process, you have to follow the will of the Chaos God clan. Otherwise, you will be punished for challenging the authority of the Chaos God clan." Long Chen, this is my peaceful method. It is the biggest concession of the Chaos God clan. We will never change it. Today, I am just informing you. If you don't agree, we will have a life and death battle. Master Chaos's method was domineering and domineering. He didn't give Long Chen and the rest any chance to think or challenge him. He was a straightforward and decisive person. From these words, he could feel that the will of the Lord of Chaos was not to be challenged. He gave Long Chen and the others two choices. First, they could choose to share control with the Chaos Gods. When necessary, the Chaos Gods would take the lead. In fact, it was a request to hand over the management rights of the world. Second, they could choose to fight to the death. The result of the fight to the death was very likely to be the extinction of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, and the Chaos Gods would directly control the myriad worlds. Sending a chaotic Saint Master and more than 10 chaotic Divine Masters to manage the Eastern Star region and the Monster Clan with me. When necessary, I'll have to listen to them. That's not like giving the Monster Clan's descendants to them as slaves. The Chaos Demon ancestor was already filled with anger. If it weren't for Long Chen and the others beside him, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in. The so-called peaceful method was actually suppressing Long Chen and the others to the greatest extent. Ancestor, calm down. At least in this situation, we can avoid a head-on battle. There are other possibilities in the future. As long as we have time, we might not be suppressed forever. Ancient God's savage wilderness sighed. Actually, he was referring to Long Chen. Long Chen was his future hope. God Lord is very interesting. He just happens to be pressing on our bottom line. Heaven Dao Divine Emperor said. At this level, they could either fight to the death or accept it. It was a difficult choice. But to all the gods and demons, this was definitely an insult, a huge insult. All of them would lose their power. In fact, it was very easy to understand. It was like the head of a family suddenly having another man come to the house and take over your wife, children, and home. You had no power to manage the family and had to listen to the other party. No one was willing to accept such an insult. Insulting them was worse than being killed. So when they heard the Chaos God Lord's decision, the eyes of many God Emperors and godly venerables turned red. They even knew that the Chaos God Lord's method was extremely ruthless. It was very likely that Long Chen and the others could only agree. If they didn't agree, it would be a battle to the death. Many people would rather fight to the death. But when they thought of the huge casualties, their hearts still bled. Two choices. Choose one. I won't force you. Chaos God Lord said emotionlessly. All the pressure was concentrated on Long Chen. The gods and devils of the myriad worlds all looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. Even they themselves felt that this was a difficult choice. Let alone them, this concerned their dignity and life. Should he choose dignity or life? What would Long Chen do? Primal Chaos Fire Dance covered her mouth with her hand and said with an evil smile, "Are you still hesitating? I seem to know that you don't have a world under your control. So, what else do you have to think about? Just nod your head. If you perform well, my grandfather might take you into our Primal Chaos God clan and let you work for us." That's right. The weak can only submit unless you are willing to die. We, the Chaos God race, will definitely not reject a battle to improve ourselves. Of course, we also want to get rid of all of you future troubles. For a moment, the Chaos God race started talking at once. Some of their words were even worse than the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. When the gods and devils of the myriad worlds heard this, they felt nervous and unconvinced. Their hearts were in chaos and they wanted to cough up blood. Many of them had never experienced such humiliation in their entire lives. Dignity and life. If Long Chen had to choose, he would definitely choose dignity. But he was making a choice for the entire world. When all the pressure was concentrated on him, he wasn't frightened by it. Instead, he found a way out. At this moment, he raised his head in front of the Chaos God race and looked at the Chaos God Lord. His voice was cold and resolute as he said word by word, "God Lord, you're right. The weak can only submit. But, at least until now, you haven't proved that we are weak. If you are really scary, we can submit to protect our lives." That's right. But at least I want proof. His voice could at least drown out the mocking laughter of the Chaos Gods, as well as the disdainful smile of the Chaos Fire Dance. After he finished speaking, everyone went silent. Obviously, Long Chen wasn't convinced. But he was right. Everyone knew that the Chaos God race was strong. But you haven't proved it yet. Without proof, how can you convince us? Suddenly, the gods and demons found a common point. Their faces were resolute.
Right. You haven't convinced us yet and you want us to submit? Do you think we are that gullible?
If you want to station your people in our territory, you have to at least show us what you are capable of. At this moment, the crowd was united. Their divine might be able to fight against the Chaos God race. It wasn't like they could gain absolute victory just because they had more people. With the support of the crowd, Long Chen once again spoke in a clear voice. To be honest, I admit that your Chaos God clan is powerful, and you, the Chaos God Lord, were once powerful. However, if you insist on a life and death struggle, don't think that I, Long Chen, won't be able to harm your Chaos God clan. At the very least, I can destroy billions of lives in your clan. If it really comes to that, you can give it a try. Therefore, it's not that we don't want to surrender, but we need a reason to surrender. He had the life and death realms, as well as the time tunnel, which was the ancestral dragon's territory. Of course, he was confident that the Chaos God Masters could not do anything to him. In reality, the destruction that Long Chen had caused to the Chaos God world was unimaginable if they really fought to the death. For a moment, all the Chaos God race seemed to be suppressed by Long Chen's words. They looked at the God Lord and waited for his reply. It was up to the God Lord to decide whether to destroy or submit.
You are right.
We, the Chaos God race, don't rely on words to make our opponents submit. We rely on our ability.
The God Lord quickly responded. Then what do you think we should do?
Long Chen asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The Chaos God race had a whole new level of respect for him for being able to remain calm under such circumstances. Most importantly, he was risking the destruction of the myriad worlds to fight against the God Lord. In the end, the God Lord said, if I only rely on my own ability, you will definitely not be completely convinced.
Anyway, we have plenty of time. Let's do it this way.
We, the Chaos God race, will send out 9 experts. They are me and the 8 Chaos Saint Venerables. You choose 9 experts from the myriad worlds and we will fight against each other. Whoever wins more than 5 battles will be the winner. The God Lord weakened his own value and treated himself as 1 out of 9 factors in the outcome of the battle. He did this to convince Long Chen and the myriad worlds. After all, he had already shown his ability with the invitation. My request is that you can only choose 9 people, and that you are not allowed to participate in the battle repeatedly. In that case, if you are defeated, I believe that if you are still unconvinced, I can only destroy all of you. This is my final concession. 9 experts. There were 9 of them. 8 Chaos Saint Venerables and 1 God Lord. Long Chen's side was in danger. Then if the Chaos God race wins, you will rule over the myriad worlds and send people to the other worlds. If we win, you will give up on the idea of ruling over the myriad worlds and stay in the Chaos God race and live in peace with the myriad worlds.
What do you think?
Long Chen raised his head and looked at the God Lord. The Chaos God race's desire to rule over the myriad worlds was too strong. In fact, the other worlds were not of much use to them. However, the will to rule was in their bones. Only by standing at the peak of all living beings would they feel superior.
All right.
The God Lord agreed in the end. Long Chen's actions could be considered to have won the initiative for the infinite realms. However, choosing the 9 people would be the greatest difficulty. There was one more thing he needed to do, and that was to stall for time. Chapter 3154. The Master Chaos listened to Long Chen's suggestion and chose this method to make the myriad realms' divine demons admit defeat. He wanted to shock them to the greatest extent and make them lose all hope. The power of the invitation alone was not enough to make Long Chen and the rest give up. Moreover, the Master Chaos was still in the origin incandescent stone. Long Chen and the rest also wondered if the Master Chaos had any restrictions. However, since he wanted to fight, it was obvious that there was no such restriction. This was a battle of dignity and honor. The myriad realms' divine demons naturally wanted to seize this last chance to fight and defend their dignity. As for the primal Chaos God race, they naturally didn't think that there was any suspense. They just treated it as a show. At this moment, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Of course, they were looking forward to how their divine master and primal Chaos Saint Venerables would torture the gods and demons of the myriad worlds so that they would be convinced. This is going to be a good show. That's right. Moreover, we have never seen the Master God in action. Including Long Chen,
They have 5 perfect realm ultimate gods. Everyone, guess how many matches we will win. I'm guessing at least 8 matches. Nonsense, at least 9 matches.
Haha. Although the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were qualified to challenge them, the primal chaos gods were still sneering in disdain. They had the advantage in numbers and had the support of the origin incandescent stone. Long Chen and his group of outsiders were indeed suppressed in terms of momentum. Fortunately, Long Chen could still handle it calmly. He said, "Divine Lord, let's have a battle every 5 days. How about it? 5 days after the first battle, we can make arrangements and choose our side's representative." Long Chen's actions might seem like a show of weakness, but his main goal was to buy as much time as possible. Of course it was for Kitten. When the Chaos Gods heard his cowardly words, they burst into laughter. Sure enough, the Lord of Chaos Gods didn't care about these details. He said, "It's up to you. As long as it ends in about 2 months. As for our side, we will follow the order of the Chaos Continent. Fire Dance, 5 days later, you will fight the first battle." The Master God of Chaos, who had absolute power and the upper hand, was too lazy to arrange a battle strategy. In comparison, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were indeed a little pitiful. However, they knew that Long Chen definitely had his reasons for doing this. Especially the time tunnel with its 1,000 times speed, 5 days would be more than 13 years. A battle every 13 years. After the battle, it would be over 100 years later. Long Chen didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to undergo a huge transformation in 100 years. After 100 years, they would still lose. Everyone had their own dignity. Who would be willing to let others take charge of their own homeland? Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. We'll definitely return 5 days later. At that time, everyone will know who will be the first to fight. Long Chen was prepared to bring the gods and demons of the myriad worlds to the time tunnel. Wait. Primal Chaos Fire Dance looked at the gods and demons with disdain. Finally, her eyes fixed on Long Chen. She smiled coldly and said, "I know you won't be the first to fight. Remember to arrange a slightly better opponent for me. If it's too boring, I can't guarantee that I'll kill your people on the spot. A bunch of trash from the myriad worlds. Haha, how dare you challenge the Chaos Gods?" Along with Primal Chaos Fire Dance's laughter, all the Chaos Gods also smiled mockingly. "Don't worry. I'll definitely arrange a person to smash your butt, face, and mouth." This kind of humiliation was basically useless against Long Chen. If she wanted to take advantage of him with words, the key was that she wasn't afraid of humiliation. However, Primal Chaos Fire Dance couldn't stand humiliation. Therefore, she could only lose in a quarrel with Long Chen. You. When Primal Chaos Fire Dance was furious, Long Chen took control of the situation. He opened the gate of the time tunnel and brought the gods and demons of the myriad worlds into the Tower of Time. Immediately, they arrived at the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. The time here was 1,000 times faster than the outside world. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds gathered around Long Chen. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Among the 4 rulers, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor immediately said, "Long Chen, we have to thank you for fighting for this opportunity for us. After all, Primal Chaos Fire Dance is right. You are different from us." Different meant that Long Chen didn't control a world like them. However, after knowing that Long Chen's dragon sacrificial continent had been destroyed, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor couldn't say it out loud. "Actually, it's the same. The myriad worlds are also my home. I want to make this place better. Naturally, I have to restrict the Chaos Gods," Long Chen said firmly. The Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, "Now, we are definitely of one mind. Long Chen, you've done well. This is an important opportunity for us. As long as we win more than 5 battles, the Chaos Gods will naturally keep their promise and we can also have peace. However, the problem is that our opponents are 8 Primal Chaos Holy Venerables and Divine Masters. All of them are existences above the Perfection Realm. How are we going to send out 9 people?" That was the biggest problem. To be honest, as long as they weren't Perfection Realm Divine Masters, they would definitely lose. We can use the method of using the strongest to fight the weakest. The Chaos Gods are arrogant. They arranged the order based on the success of the Primal Chaos continent. At the beginning they will be the weakest. They will get stronger and stronger. Finally, it will be the Divine Masters.
We only need to win the first 5 battles. Long Chen, you and the 4 rulers can do it. An ultimate god from the southern starfield said. The heavenly Tao Holy Emperor shook his head and said, "You're thinking too simply. Although the opponent's order is set, even the weakest primal chaos fire dance is basically at the same level as the 4 of us. Not to mention the other 7. Even if the 5 of us fight at the beginning, it's basically impossible for us to win 5 battles in a row." The 4 rulers had already calculated that none of the 8 primal chaos holy venerables were easy to bully. Even the weakest primal chaos fire dance had 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. It would probably be good if they could win 3 out of 5 battles. Let's not talk about the order for now. Let me first arrange the people who will fight. Long Chen interrupted the crowd. Everyone's fiery gazes focused on him. In fact, many people wanted to fight, but they knew their limits. If they went up against a primal chaos holy venerate, it would be a waste of an opportunity. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen said. First, me and the 4 rulers. That's already 5 people. This was, of course, publicly acknowledged. Then, Long Chen called Mo Xiaolang over and said to the crowd, "This is my brother, Mo Xiaolang. Everyone should know him. He recently reached the great circle of the ultimate god realm. Although he is still lacking, we have more than 100 years. He has improved a lot. It's not impossible for him to defeat a primal chaos holy venerate. Also, he was the one who broke the primal chaos formation." Actually, everyone had some understanding of Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight. There were 6 of them now. They still needed 3 more. Everyone continued to look at Long Chen. 3 more. Who's going to fight? In fact, Long Chen wouldn't let his beloved woman fight unless he had no other choice. However, Lingxi took the initiative to stand up and said, "Everyone, although I'm a primordial divine venerate, I have a semi-origin destiny divine weapon. It's a divine curse ring from the ancestral planet. I can use the ancestral planet's primordial divine curse. With Long Chen supporting me, I can participate in this battle. If possible, I'll try my best to win this battle." Lingxi isn't very famous in the infinite worlds, but everyone knows she's Long Chen's woman. In Long Chen's team, even one of his brothers has reached the great circle of the ultimate god. There's no reason his woman would be weak. Most importantly, she has a semi-origin destiny divine weapon. That's something even the 4 rulers don't have. No one said anything, but everyone agreed. Lingxi's appearance had gradually given them confidence. Little she. Long Chen pursed his lips. She was still the same, willing to share his burden. "Chen, don't worry. The opponent might not be able to withstand the power of the primordial divine curse. I can use the love thread of 3 lifetimes to maximize your strength." Lingxi was still very reliable. "All right, you should participate in this battle." In that case, there were already 7 people. Only 1 person was missing. Of these 7 people, 4 were the 4 sovereigns, while the other 3 were actually on Long Chen's side. Only then did everyone truly understand how enormous Long Chen's power was. Since Lingxi was going to fight, there was no reason for Li Xuanji not to appear. Although she was pregnant, she was still very quiet and basically could not be seen. This time, Long Chen needed her. "She can use all my laws and all my destiny divine weapons. She's like my clone. She can fight." Long Chen held Lingxi's hand with his left hand, and Li Xuanji's hand with his right. These 2 great beauties were so powerful that they were envious of them. Li Xuanji rarely fought, but many people knew that she had used Long Chen's power to defeat the Dark Sky Ruler. Moreover, the Dark Sky Ruler was also present. "Long Chen, you're a miracle." Even the 4 rulers didn't expect that Long Chen could come up with such a team. Indeed, as he grew stronger, Li Xuanji naturally grew stronger. Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi had also caught up. These 4 people's team was actually very strong. They weren't any weaker than the 4 rulers. Now there were 8 of them, and 4 of them were on Long Chen's side. Moreover, after listening to Long Chen's introduction, everyone suddenly felt that there was a lot of hope for this battle. This was a sacred war that would affect myriad worlds and change history. Although it was happening in the chaotic divine world, it was bound to shake the myriad worlds. Even the outside world knew about the confrontation between Long Chen and the Primal Chaos Lord, as well as the current situation. The people outside also wanted to know about the chaotic divine world and the current situation. Obviously, The entire myriad worlds were in an uproar after knowing about the situation. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was passion. Long Chen didn't bother to find out about this, because everyone was waiting to see who would be the last person to fight according to his plan. Facing everyone's questions, Long Chen said, "I'll keep the last person a secret. This person is currently at a critical moment. If he can wake up in 100 years, he will be a match for the Primal Chaos Lord. If he can't wake up, then we can only give up on the battle with the Primal Chaos Lord." When he said this, he was looking forward to it in his heart. "Kitten, you must succeed in about 110 years. Chapter 3155. The battle between the deities and demons of the myriad worlds and the chaos gods swept across the entire myriad worlds in a very short time. Everyone in the world knew that their future, and the future of the entire world, depended on the outcome of this sacred battle. Even the four rulers could only decide 1/9 of the fate of the world. The news that Long Chen was leading 3 people to battle spread throughout the world. This made his reputation and status rise above the 4 rulers. Invisibly, Long Chen had become the publicly acknowledged king of the world. The sovereign of the world in the hearts of countless people. If he could really lead the gods and demons of the world and win this sacred battle that was almost impossible, then his position in the world would be completely solidified. He would become the faith and the hero in everyone's hearts. 5 days. Another 5 days passed. Everyone was counting down the days. When the day of the first battle arrived, all the living beings in the myriad of worlds and the gods and devils held their breaths, waiting for the results. No one was willing to live a life of slavery. Therefore, when the primal chaos god race descended, everyone longed for the victory of the world. This battle would be the greatest battle in the past tens of millions of years. It would be written into history and passed down for tens of millions of years, perhaps even further. If the world still had such a long lifespan. After the 9 people were decided, the biggest problem was the order of battle. They had to decide who would participate in the first battle. Then they had to decide how to arrange the first 5 battles. Therefore, Long Chen and the 4 rulers were discussing this. "The 4 of us and you have a slight chance of winning. We can squeeze into the first 5. I have a 60 to 70% chance of winning against the Primal Chaos Fire Dance in the first battle." God Luya usually had a cheeky smile on his face, but now he couldn't smile anymore. "Me too." Ancient God Savage Desolation and the Heaven Dao Divine Emperor said at almost the same time. Chaos Demon Ancestor said, "Then one of you 3 will go. You must ensure victory. After all, she is the weakest on the other side. If she can't win, then we really have no chance. We need to give it our all in the first 5 battles." Let's listen to Long Chen. The order of battle was very important. Even the 4 rulers didn't know what to do. Long Chen thought about it and said, "As for me, I have more than an 80% chance of defeating the first 6 opponents. As for the last 3 except for the Lord God of Chaos, I have more than a 60% chance of defeating the remaining 2. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I fight in the last match. I will definitely win 1 match. Therefore in the first 5 matches, we should be able to win 4. Yes, you don't need to waste your time arranging the first few battles." God Luya agreed. The key is that the first few matches go smoothly. If the opponent is getting stronger and stronger, then we can put all our hopes on these 5 matches. We can't arrange it from strong to weak. We can only get stronger and stronger, but we can also suppress them in every match. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor shook his head and said, "That's the case, but in reality, there's not much difference between the 4 of us. It's very difficult to determine the victor. To be honest, there's almost no need to arrange the order of our appearance. I think the next few opponents won't be much stronger than the Chaotic Fire Dance." Let's talk about the first battle. Do the 4 of you have a 60% chance of defeating the Primal Chaos Fire Dance? Let's talk about the first battle. Do the 4 of you have a 60% chance of defeating the Primal Chaos Fire Dance? The 4 rulers looked at each other. They had watched the battle of the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. It should be about the same. Logically, it would be fine to put one of them in front. However, Long Chen thought about it carefully and felt that it was a waste. Since they were going to fight, there was no need to put the 4 rulers in front. He looked around and saw Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang.
Long Chen was going to leave him to deal with a primal chaos holy lord who had the fire rule force. That primal chaos holy lord was third from the bottom and was considered very strong. However, Mo Xiaolang was very tough and could be challenged. Li Xuanji could use the eternal whirlpool and the primordial dragon sword. In reality, it was also very likely that she could fight in the fourth from the bottom, which was the sixth from the top. Long Chen put himself in the eighth battle, which was the battle before the Master Chaos Holy Lord. Obviously, it was also a great challenge for him. That was the number one person below the Master Chaos Holy Lord. He controlled the Silver Continent. He was definitely not weaker than him. Then, only Lingxi had not been arranged. Lingxi and the four rulers would fight in the first few battles. In fact, Long Chen's battle strategy was different from what the four rulers thought. He was more inclined to fight with his life on the line. Compared to the four rulers, he trusted Mo Xiaolang and company more because they were monsters that Long Chen had nurtured. For Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang, even if the first 5 battles did not have the expected results, they still had a chance to fight to the death. Do you have any confidence in defeating the chaotic dance of fire with the Divine Silence Mantra and the Divine Destiny Mantra? Long Chen asked Lingxi softly. She will underestimate me. Therefore, I think there is an 80% chance that she will lose if she gets hit. The power of the primordial divine mantra was not to be doubted. Moreover, the arrogance of the chaotic dance of fire could be used. Only Lingxi looked like a primordial divine venerable. Using the contempt of the chaotic dance of fire would have the most unexpected effect. Long Chen knew Lingxi's thoughts the best. You think the same as me. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, Everyone, I know who will deal with the chaotic dance of fire. Lingxi. The four rulers thought that it was one of them. Everyone, don't worry. Lingxi will definitely give us a perfect start. However, after Lingxi, we will need 4 people to fight in the next 4 battles. Since the 4 of them are about the same, we will first understand what the 4 primordial divine venerables are good at, then arrange the order and try to restrain them. Since this is your arrangement, we all believe in you. The Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor's words were concise, but his trust also allowed Long Chen to carry out his plan more boldly. The 4 rulers wanted to win the first 5 battles, but Long Chen felt that there was too much uncertainty. Therefore, his goal was the overall situation. The first 5 battles were a guarantee, and the last 4 battles were for them to risk their lives. 13 years. Long Chen stayed by Lingxi's side to protect her. Lingxi was quietly familiarizing herself with the God Curse Ring and the Primordial God Curse. Long Chen gave her strength and a wider field of vision. Occasionally, he would simulate battles with her and analyze the chaotic dance of fire's personality. Long Chen had fought with the Primal Chaos Fire Dance before, so he naturally knew everything about the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. He had even analyzed the 9-star chain, the ancient Primal Chaos, and the Star and Moon Divine Hell's 3 laws clearly with Ling Shi. Once the Star-Moon Divine Prison appears, you will most likely lose. Hence, in this battle, you must do it quickly and accurately. If your opponent underestimates you, you can first show weakness and let her be complacent and arrogant for a while. Then you can instantly use the silence mantra. When she is the most complacent, it is the time when she is most vulnerable. Hence, you are the best candidate to defeat her. Qin, do you want me to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? What do you mean by pretending to be a pig? You are a pig. Don't try to anger me. I am not as easily angered as the chaotic dance of fire. Lingxi squinted her eyes and smiled. She looked extremely cute. After being seduced by her, Long Chen was not in the mood to analyze anymore. He pounced on her and started licking her. Suddenly, Long Chen stopped. What are you doing? Lingxi complained. I will pull Xuanji out. I want the 2 of you to serve me together. Scoundrel. 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. The tense moment had finally arrived. On this day, the gods and demons of the myriad realms gathered around Long Chen. Everyone looked at Long Chen and Lingxi, who was going to fight first. To be honest, many people did not understand Long Chen's decision to let Lingxi, who seemed to be the weakest, fight in such a crucial first round. They were also privately discussing whether such a strategy was wrong. Of course, these were only private discussions. After all, this was agreed upon by the 4 rulers. The first battle was closely related to confidence, morale, and hope. Long Chen was very calm. He had practiced with Lingxi thousands of times. Everyone, No matter what happens in the first battle, we will give everyone and the myriad realms a satisfactory answer.
Before victory, everything else is just empty talk. Please wait and see. Having said that, Long Chen didn't bother to be pretentious. He brought everyone out of the time tunnel.
The team of more than 700 people from the infinite worlds appeared beside the origin or in an instant, right in front of the Chaos Gods. 5 days to the Chaos Gods was just the blink of an eye. Before the gods and demons of the myriad worlds came out, the entire Chaos God race was still chatting and laughing. Most of them were surrounding Hun Dun Hua Wu like stars surrounding the moon, making her feel superior. Those words of praise made Hun Dun Hua Wu blush. Even her smile seemed to contain honey. Holy Sage Fire Dance, with your talent, we are about the same age, but we are still far behind you. In the so-called myriad realms, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. This bunch of trash from the myriad worlds only knows how to hide and whisper to each other to discuss schemes and conspiracies.
How disappointing.
Now that Long Chen and the others had appeared, the killing intent and fighting spirit between the two sides was instantly ignited. The Chaos Gods immediately stopped smiling and used cold and contemptuous eyes to look at the gods and demons of the myriad realms. Chaotic Dance of Fire looked over and saw Long Chen's calm eyes. She sneered and said, pretending to be calm again,
how shameless. You will definitely not fight today.
So no matter who it is, I will make him die without a burial place.
This was her revenge against Long Chen.
The smell of gunpowder filled the air.
Originally, it was noisy, but now it was dead silent.
There was only cold fighting spirit and hatred in the eyes. Long Chen said, Godlord, 5 days are up.
According to our agreement, today is the day for the first battle.
The Chaos Godlord was still in the origin Oregon.
He said, all right, the battlefield is here. You can just move aside.
Chapter 3156. Primal Chaos Fire Dance placed one of her hands on her waist. Her body was graceful and curvaceous. She stared at Long Chen with her silvery eyes and said, I told you, you have to arrange a decent opponent for me.
Who is going to fight?
Hurry up and tell him to get his ass out here. Her gaze swept across the 4 hegemons. As Primal Chaos Fire Dance spoke, all the chaotic gods retreated to the Divine Master mainland, which was the origin or, leaving the battlefield to Primal Chaos Fire Dance. At that moment, Primal Chaos Fire Dance was peerless. You'll know soon enough. Long Chen and the others also needed to give up the battlefield and retreat. At this time, he made a retreating hand gesture. While the gods and demons were confronting the Chaos Gods, they also retreated in an orderly manner. Long Chen was also among the retreating troops. Only one person remained in front of Primal Chaos Fire Dance. A person that Primal Chaos Fire Dance could not imagine. In a short period of time, Long Chen and the gods and demons had retreated almost to the divine path of chaos, making the battlefield extremely spacious. The battle could begin at any time. However, Primal Chaos Fire Dance could not help but gape at the person in front of her. It was a silver-haired ethereal girl. Her silver hair was different from Primal Chaos Fire Dance's. It had a more beautiful and bright luster. She wore a simple white dress but had the most breathtaking beauty. She was like a fairy that did not belong to the mortal world. Her eyes and smile were so pure that it made people's hearts ache. In comparison, the chaotic fire dance was a kind of wild beauty. It was so beautiful that it made people have an incomparably strong desire to conquer it, wanting to press her under their bodies. She's fighting. Primal Chaos Fire Dance widened her eyes at Long Chen. She was first shocked, then angry. Long Chen, you're looking down on me. You're using a piece of trash to fight me. What's the meaning of this? Primal Chaos Fire Dance could not help but curse. She was really mad. Why did Long Chen have to humiliate her? Her hysteria was within Long Chen's expectations. On the Divine Master mainland side, some of the chaotic gods were laughing, while others were disdainful. Indeed, the myriad worlds are a bunch of cowards. They don't even have anyone to fight. They actually let a primordial divine venerable fight the first battle. There must be something wrong with their brains. If I were them, I would definitely win the first battle. At the very least, it would raise their morale. However, it seems like their decision-maker is very stupid. Ling Shi, who was enduring all of this pressure and insults, was actually very calm and collected. That was because she had long since anticipated all of this.
Long Chen, give me a better one. Chaos Fire Dance was so angry that her breasts were surging.
Lord God, we can begin. This was Long Chen's cold response to her. Humph, you dare to humiliate me?
I'll make you regret it. If I'm not wrong, this beauty is your woman. I can tell from the look in your eyes. You'll really regret arranging for her to be my opponent. If you don't want to change your opponent now, then don't blame me for not knowing how to control my strength. If I accidentally destroy a flower, don't blame me. Such a fragile beauty. If I turn her into a pile of minced meat, let's see if you can still look so calm. No matter how much Primal Chaos Fire Dance cursed, she couldn't change the outcome of this battle. She was calm and collected, her temperament elegant, forming a huge contrast with Primal Chaos Fire Dance's cursing. She said, Primal Chaos Fire Dance, please. Beauty, what's your name? Chaos Fire Dance's eyes were ferocious. As she spoke, her silver moon armor glowed. The silver spear in her hand, Chaos Green Fong, emitted a cold light that tore the sky and earth. The star moon tear on her wrist was a lethal weapon. The three original incipient grade creator divine weapons created Chaos Fire Dance's terror. On the chaotic god's side, many gods were cheering and roaring for her. Their mocking laughter suppressed the myriad world's gods and demons so much that they couldn't lift their heads. Lingxi. Our hearts are linked by telepathy. She from dawn. Ha! At the moment she asked for his name, Primal Chaos Fire Dance wielded her Primal Chaos Green Fong and attacked. Although she looked soft and gentle, Primal Chaos Fire Dance didn't show mercy. As soon as she attacked, she burst out her terrifying lethality. Her original incipient grade power burst out and shook the void fiercely. Boom! The God Emperors and Divine Venerables behind Long Chen had to protect him. Long Chen didn't even blink, gazing at Lingxi. The arrogant laughter of the chaotic gods lingered in his ears. 9-star chain. Primal Chaos Fire Dance leaped up like a moon war god. Silver light illuminated the world, even drowning out the color of the origin incandescent stone, sealing off everyone's vision. And at this crucial moment, 9 incomparably huge stars were born in front of her. Those silver stars shone with boundless radiance. Primal Chaos Fire Dance sneered. Primal Chaos Green Fong pierced through the 9 stars, causing them to intertwine. Boom! Boom! 9 explosions sounded. The destructive power exploded in front of Lingxi. Long Chen, your woman is ruined. Chaos Fire Dance's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. The 9-star chain was the rule that Long Chen and Lingxi were most familiar with. Lingxi knew what to do, so he wasn't worried. At this moment, countless Lingxi appeared in the void. My endless divine trace. The Chaos Demon ancestor was startled. That was his space rule. She learned it after seeing it, Long Chen explained. She's a genius. Long Chen and Lingxi were the only 2 people in the entire universe who could see other people's rule and understand it themselves. Moreover, the Chaos Demon ancestor could see that Lingxi's endless divine trace was already in a mature state. In the destruction of the 9-star chain, Lingxi was destroyed one by one. All of you die! The Chaos Fire Dance roared. No matter how many Lingxi there were, they were all destroyed. Bang! With the last loud bang, the power of the 9-star chain passed. The Chaos Demon ancestor had absolute confidence in the Chaos Fire Dance. Even if it couldn't kill Lingxi, it could severely injure her. Whoosh! Lingxi appeared in front of him. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her lips were chapped. Obviously, she was injured and almost couldn't take a single move from the Chaos Fire Dance. Lingxi looked at the Chaos Fire Dance with trembling eyes. For a moment, almost all the Chaos gods were laughing. They weren't laughing at Lingxi, but at Long Chen. It was hard to understand why Long Chen would be so stupid as to send Lingxi to fight a battle that he was bound to lose. I know Long Chen gave up long ago. Actually, he said he wasn't convinced because he wanted to save some face. Now that he has face, I guess they don't want to fight properly and just want to lose casually. What a bunch of cowards. They don't even have this bit of courage. I was excited for nothing. The entire Primal Chaos God race was filled with such voices. After hearing this, the gods and demons were enraged. They were so angry that their faces turned red. Losing the first battle was a huge blow to them. At this time, Everyone was also confused. Why did they send Lingxi? Most of them wanted to curse at the chaos gods, but they didn't dare to do so. A small portion of them looked at Long Chen gloomily. They didn't know why Long Chen was so quiet at this moment. Below the battlefield, the Chaos Fire Dance stood in front of Lingxi with incomparable arrogance. She stared at Lingxi with her argenti chain eyes. She looked at Lingxi from the beginning to the end. Her eyes changed, and so did her voice. She said, "You look so delicate. You look so pitiful. I don't have the heart to attack you anymore. You can only blame yourself for following that useless guy, Long Chen. When you talk about it, you look so pitiful." Lingxi was startled. Although she was pretending now, why did this woman's eyes look a little strange? She was different from ordinary women. She was staring at her face, chest, waist, buttocks. That gaze was so aggressive and possessive. She had only seen such a gaze in men's eyes. "It's a pity that you're not a pure woman anymore. You've been defiled by Long Chen." The Chaos Fire Dance's eyes suddenly turned cold. Cold killing intent appeared in her eyes. No matter what the other party said, this was indeed the time when Lingxi was the most relaxed. It was also the time when Lingxi was ready. To Lingxi, other than the strange words that Chaotic Fire Dance had said, everything else was going according to her and Long Chen's plan. "You're the one who was defiled." Although her words were incomprehensible, they were truly infuriating. Just as the primal Chaos Fire Dance was at its most confident and was the closest to Lingxi, just as the gods and demons of the myriad worlds lost their confidence, Lingxi used the threads of 3 lifetimes and Long Chen's power to the greatest extent, adding her own power to that. Instantly, the Ring of Gods spell shone on her finger. Ring finger. As soon as the Ring of Gods spell appeared, this place became a cursed world. Silence mantra. It was a great opportunity. She acted decisively. Half origin. At this moment, the Master God's surprised voice sounded. It was the first time anyone had heard the Master God's surprise. Lingxi had hidden the divine curse ring far too deeply, all for the sake of making her move at this very moment. The silence mantra was like a phantom. The Chaos Fire Dance was right in front of her. She was about to kill Lingxi. She had just severely injured Lingxi, so she was naturally the most relaxed moment. Half origin? What? The Chaos Fire Dance was stunned. At this moment, the primordial mantra descended. The silence mantra didn't have any suspense. She was locked before she could react. The silence mantra condensed into a transparent jade stone beside her. The Chaos Fire Dance was completely sealed in it. The Chaos Fire Dance in the jade stone seemed to be still. Lingxi was almost completely exhausted. It was all thanks to Long Chen that she was able to complete the divine silence incantation, but her spirit was also extremely exhausted. However, at least she had succeeded. Now, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone looked at this sudden change. They saw Lingxi standing in the air like a fairy, while the primal Chaos Fire Dance was frozen in the middle of the divine silence incantation, still maintaining a shocked expression. Lingxi had completed her task. Chapter 3157. The moment the silence mantra was created, it was a moment that struck fear into the hearts of most people. When the primal Chaos Fire Dance was trapped by the silence mantra, the primal chaos gods and the gods and demons of the myriad worlds could feel how terrifying the silence mantra was. It was the same for Li Xuanji when she was afflicted by the silence mantra. Of course, Lingxi's attainment in the silence mantra was not as strong as the founding ancestor. She had also borrowed the strength of Long Chen. However, it was undeniable that she still had great potential in the future. In fact, the battle between Lingxi and Chaotic Fire Dance could only be considered as a few moments from the beginning to the end. Chaotic Fire Dance initially had the upper hand, but she was instantly trapped by Lingxi in the silence mantra. The chaotic god's mood fell from heaven to hell. For a moment, even after Lingxi had finished speaking, there was only silence. Even on the side of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, many widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Many deity emperors and ultimate gods could not understand Long Chen. Then, they developed a kind of longing and even worship for Long Chen. It turned out that everything was under his control. Lord God, the outcome is clear. We can prepare for the next battle. Everything was indeed within Long Chen's expectations.
He let Ling Shi return to his side and spoke to the Lord of Chaos in a clear voice.
You won the first round. That's right, but let Fire Dance go.
The Lord God's voice was still calm. In fact, the chaotic gods knew that the Lord God doted on his granddaughter and could not bear to see chaotic Fire Dance suffer. Hearing the Lord God's announcement, the gods and demons from various worlds were overjoyed. The victory at the beginning of the battle gave them great morale and hope.
Suddenly, everyone was excited.
Even if they did not cheer, the smiles on their faces were a blow to the chaotic gods. After all, they had repeatedly ridiculed the gods and it was like a slap to their faces. A great victory at the beginning. The news swept across the various worlds like a storm. Everyone remembered the first name, Ling Shi. Only then did Ling Shi use the divine curse ring to remove the quiet god curse. Because she was the one who used it, it was relatively easy to remove. However, it still took a full quarter of an hour. From this, one could see how complicated the Serenity Mantra was. The primal chaos gods were the most arrogant and unbridled of all. If the four sovereign lords and Long Chen defeated the primal chaos dance of fire, it wouldn't count for much. However, it was a primordial stage ultimate god who made a move. This was a slap to the face of the chaos gods.
I can't accept this.
They used a trick. This woman is no match for holy venerable Fire Dance. Some people even protested. The primal chaos Fire Dance was finally freed from the divine silence spell. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her gaze was cold to the extreme. Now she narrowed her eyes, and there was only one person in her eyes, and that was Ling Shi.
Suddenly, she laughed.
How interesting. Then, she looked at Long Chen and saw him following Ling Shi intimately. A jealous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She clenched her fists and said to Ling Shi, I really didn't expect you to be able to subdue me. I didn't think you were interesting before, but now I do. Let me tell you, there is nothing that I, the primal chaos Fire Dance, can't get what I want.
Ling Shi was a little confused. What exactly did she want?
Chen, she likes you. From Ling Xi's understanding, it was probably similar to Di Yao. After being tortured by Long Chen a few times, she fell in love with Long Chen. Long Chen was really speechless about the perverted hobby of the primal chaos Fire Dance. This charming beauty actually had a problem. It was simply a waste of God's gift. He first let Ling Shi return to the time tunnel to prevent the primal chaos Fire Dance from going crazy. Everyone, since the battle is over, we will take our leave first. As soon as he finished speaking. Wait. At this moment, a primal chaos god clan member appeared behind primal chaos Fire Dance, placing his hands on her shoulders. He looked similar to primal chaos Fire Dance. They both had an original incipient grade divine weapon, the silver moon armor. Moreover, their styles were similar. However, when this man wore it, he looked domineering with the aura of an emperor. His silver-gray hair fluttered. His eyes were even colder and crueler. Deep inside his eyes, there was a flow of death chi. That death chi was like a tornado. Looking at him, one could see the entire world was a whirlwind of death. 5 days later, I, Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit, will fight. Today, you have made Fire Dance angry. Primal Chaos Fire Dance pushed him away. Move. I'm not angry. Then, she crossed the Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit and returned to the Origin Bright Stone. Perhaps, she was going to the Primal Chaos God Lord. Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit sneered. He looked at Long Chen and said slowly, it's true. Today your worlds have won. But this is just the first battle. I can tell you that this is your only battle. In the next battle, you'd better discuss it clearly. Smart people, don't meet me. Because today, I'm very angry. The consequence of my anger is to kill. When I kill, no one can stop me. So, the only way to save your life is to admit defeat. But it's possible that I won't give you the chance to do so. So cowards, go back to your nests and sneakily discuss your schemes. But don't embarrass yourself by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger like you did today. In front of absolute power, schemes are just a joke for the weak. Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit was not polite at all. Also, take care of your woman. Don't let Fire Dance go crazy. If she goes crazy, what's yours won't be yours anymore. I finally made her a little interested in men, but you let your woman appear. You really deserve to die. Luckily, you protected her. Otherwise, I would have killed her. He was done with his ruthless words.
Long Chen said, "So this is what you want to say. If I knew, I wouldn't have listened. See you in 5 days, losers." Long Chen led the teams back to the Tower of Time. This way, they had more than 13 years of time. As soon as they returned, Long Chen arranged for Lingxi to rest. Then, he discussed with the 4 rulers who should fight. "I've arranged the last 4 battles. Now, only the 2nd to 5th battles are left. The 4 of you will fight. The next battle is Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit. Who do you think is more suitable?" The 4 rulers were also thinking about this question. The Heavenly Law Divine Emperor said, "The Primal Chaos God race came too suddenly. We don't know anything about them. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Now, we are in a passive position. However, the Primal Chaos God race probably doesn't understand us too well. In these 13 years, which is 5 days, we won't be able to understand Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit." After winning the first battle, no one wanted to lose the second. No one was willing to be enslaved by others, lose their dignity, and lose their homes. Now, all the experts gathered together, longing for the next victory. Long Chen thought about it and said, as a Primal Chaos God race, they definitely have Primal Chaos laws, similar to Primal Chaos Fire Dance's Primal Chaos laws. Primal Chaos Fire Dance is also proficient in astral laws. From Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit, apart from Primal Chaos, I also saw a death storm. This law should be related to wind. Actually, the next few should not be too far off. Heavenly God Luya said. How about this? In any case, there's no way to predict. Moreover, the opponent has both Primal Chaos and Storm laws. The 4 of us don't seem to have an advantage, so I'll go first. My opponent might be easier to deal with than the later ones, but the pressure will also be slightly greater. The other 3 rulers didn't have much of an opinion. Then let Luya go first. After all, they were indeed not too far off. Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, if Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit isn't too much stronger than Primal Chaos Fire Dance, I don't think it'll be a problem. Heavenly God Luya said. All right. After confirming the candidates, Long Chen went to do his own things. After all, Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, and himself would all have to participate in the next battles. Moreover, they might all be very crucial battles. For the myriad worlds, for all living beings, for dignity. Long Chen was also racing against time. Everyone was racing against time. During this period of time, even Long Yen and Long Chen rarely accompanied him. Another 13 years passed. During this period of time, Long Chen focused all his energy on laws. With the support of a long period of time, many laws had new developments. Moreover, Long Chen was also trying to integrate new laws. As for the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon, he left it completely to Li Xuanji. It would still take some time for it to be completely clear. In the blink of an eye, time was up. He and Heavenly God Luya had discussed quite a bit. After the first battle, everyone had more confidence. At the start, they were indeed frightened by the Chaos Gods, but now the pressure was much less. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds descended once again. To the Chaos Gods, 5 days was a matter of an instant. To them, Long Chen and the others were hiding every time to discuss the candidates and strategies. This was something that only those who admitted that they were weak would do. You're finally here. I thought that all of you had escaped. Chaos Heavenly Gue was at the battle position. He basically did not move for 5 days. Chaos Fire Dance returned to the origin Oregon. Her gaze was cold and sharp. She did not notice Lingxi in the group. Her hateful gaze landed on Long Chen. From afar, she gestured a throat-slitting gesture at Long Chen. Long Chen, who will you send this time? Master Chaos God asked. Heavenly God Luya exchanged glances with the rest. He descended from the sky and landed in front of Chaos Heavenly Gue. This seemingly ordinary guy had a pair of gossipy eyes. He was a fearsome character among the 4 rulers. The ruler of the Northern Star region. Hehe. Chaos Heavenly Gue was satisfied. Lingxi's plan had succeeded previously. However, Chaos Heavenly Gue needed an opponent who could truly fight against him. He was satisfied with Heavenly God Luya. If it was Long Chen, he would be even more satisfied. Fine. Since you are here to die, I will fulfill your wish as soon as possible. Today, I will give the myriad worlds the biggest surprise. However, I do not want to tell you what this surprise is. Chapter 3158. The Second Battle of the Sacred War. Heavenly God Luya fought chaotic Heavenly Xueqi.
On one side was the ruler of the northern starfield, and on the other side was the ruler of the second land of the Chaos God realm, the Heavenly Xueqi continent.
Now that the gods and Chaos God clan had given the huge battlefield to these two supreme gods, everyone could not help but feel suffocated before the final battle. The Chaos God clan was not as arrogant as before. In front of them, it was an evenly matched battle. It was also a battle that the myriad realms had to win. Their goal was to win 5 matches. The first 5 matches were very crucial. Even if they lost one match, it would be a huge blow to them. I think there's only less than a quarter of an hour left before your long life comes to an end. Primal Chaos Sky Xueqi sneered. When he said that, the battle had begun. Both of them had their own specialties. Both of them had the original incipient grade divine technique. At this moment, their powers were equal. No one could subdue the other. They were relying on principles and the creation divine weapons. The original incipient level creation divine weapon that chaotic Heavenly Xueqi had used was the armor that protected him, the Silver Sun. It was a set with the chaotic fire dance's Silver Moon. Its power was similar, but on chaotic Heavenly Xueqi, the effect was even stronger. Compared to the chaotic fire dance, chaotic Heavenly Xueqi was cold and overbearing. The silver armor was domineering and full of murderous intent. In comparison, Heavenly God Luya was very ordinary. It was like the difference between a god and a mortal. However, everyone knew that Heavenly God Luya was not that simple. At least, Long Chen had a lot of confidence in Heavenly God Luya. In the past 13 years, he had fought Heavenly God Luya a few times and had a deep understanding of his situation. At least, he was not weaker than the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. Kill. The final battle began in an instant. At that moment, everyone was holding their breath. Heavenly God Luya was good at 2 kinds of principles: Eightfold World and Eye and Ear Divine Technique. He relied on himself to forge 8 worlds and carried them with him. The Eightfold World was hidden in his eyes. And Eye and Ear Divine Technique was the basis for him to see through all worlds. His eyes and ears could see through space. Now, when his opponent attacked, he wasn't weak at all. The 8 terrifying worlds were unleashed and shot out from his eyes, forming 8 boundlessly huge worlds around him. This was the world of gossip. In these tens of millions of years, Heavenly God Luya had been forging the 8 worlds. Now the destructive power of the 8 worlds had reached the peak, almost reaching the level of the 9-colored chaos formation. They were: Qian represented heaven, Kuan represented earth, Sun represented wind, Zhan represented thunder, Kan represented water, Li represented fire, Zhen represented mountain, and Dui represented lake. Heaven, earth, storm, thunder, ocean, sea of fire, mountain, swamp. Every world was a place where the destructive power was the most concentrated. For example, in the Sea of Fire, there were several kinds of divine fires that even Mo Xiaolang was tempted by. As for the world of storms and thunderbolts, as long as one was bombarded by them, one's body would simply fall apart. As soon as the Eightfold Worlds appeared, the Chaos God clan was startled. However, Heavenly God Luya wasn't that simple. He took out his original incipient grade divine weapon. Supreme God Pearl. 4 of the Supreme Divine Pearls were in his left hand and the other 4 were in his right hand. A total of 8. These were the original incipient grade creator divine weapons that had been passed down from the ancient times in the Heavenly God sacred domain. Heavenly God Luya had implanted these 8 Supreme God Pearls into the Eightfold World and made it the core of the Eightfold World. The power of the Eightfold World had doubled and become more stable. Thus, the Eightfold Worlds were like 8 swords surrounding Heavenly God Luya. 8 types of weapons. Heavenly God Luya controlled the Eightfold Worlds and charged towards Primal Chaos Heavenly. His Eightfold Worlds are really hard to deal with. It's a headache. The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor said in a low voice. In fact, they were very confident in Heavenly God Luya. Primal Chaos Gate. Wearing the Silver Sun, Primal Chaos Heavenly God was still not satisfied. When he saw the Supreme God Pearls and the Eightfold Worlds descend, he smiled coldly. Without a word, he took out his second original incipient grade divine weapon.
In terms of the number of original incipient grade divine weapons, he surpassed Heavenly God Luya.
Currently, the four great rulers only had two types of divine weapons.
Of course, Long Chen had already returned the Great Void Demon Sword to the Chaos Demonic Forefather. Thus, the Chaos Demonic Forefather had three. The Primal Chaos Gate was a gray door. Inside the gray door was a gray vortex that emitted an immense primal chaos aura.
Clearly, this was a divine weapon with the primal chaos attribute.
It was even more troublesome than the primal chaos green tooth. Primal chaos Heavenly God used this to fight against Heavenly God Lu Ya's eightfold worlds.
Paramitha world.
Primal chaos Heavenly Gue calmly used this fortune divine tool, displaying the laws that belonged to him. Under his cold gaze, the fluctuations on the gate of chaos became incomparably intense, and a world appeared in the vortex. It was a fascinating world. There was a clear river that flowed quietly, and on the opposite shore, there were many bright red flowers that gently swayed in the gentle breeze, causing ripples to appear.
This world revealed an unparalleled suction force. It was like a storm.
If one was really sucked into this world, they would simply be destroyed. However, Primal Chaos Heavenly God expanded the area of the Primal Chaos Gate infinitely, causing the Paramitha world to expand infinitely as well, until it was so huge that it completely blocked Heavenly God Luya's path. It was like a shield of death in front of Heavenly God Luya.
The Paramitha world is so beautiful. You can go in and take a look.
Primal Chaos Heavenly God smiled strangely. He did not retreat, but advanced instead. He brought the Paramitha world within the Primal Chaos Gate towards Heavenly God Luya.
The space here was limited.
To be honest, if he really pursued like this, Heavenly God Luya would not be able to escape. However, he did not even think of dodging. Even if the Paramitha world was strange, he had the eightfold worlds with the Supreme Divinity Pearls as its core.
Without a word, he charged forward.
The eightfold worlds were like a long sword in his hand. At that moment, they collided with the Primal Chaos Gate.
Boom boom boom.
Storm, lightning, mountains, waves, sea of fire and so on. 8 different powers instantly spread and swept towards the Paramitha world.
Break!
Heavenly God Luya shouted coldly. The 8 Supreme Divinity Pearls trembled violently and stabilized the eightfold worlds. The eightfold worlds were like the muzzles of cannons, exploding with endless power.
Rumble!
At that moment, Primal Chaos Heavenly God truly experienced the power of his opponent.
His expression changed.
Perhaps it was because he was unwilling to submit, but Heavenly God Luya became extremely crazy. He released all his power.
Bang!
The Paramitha world within the gate of Primal Chaos resisted the power of the eightfold worlds. Finally it was destroyed. Heavenly God Luya's eightfold worlds won and broke the gate of Primal Chaos Heavenly God. A small portion of the power landed on Primal Chaos Heavenly God.
Dang! A crisp sound was heard.
The silver sun blocked the attack, but Primal Chaos Heavenly God was still sent flying and slammed into the Origin Oregon. This time, it was clear that Heavenly God Luya won. Seeing such a grand scene and the terrifying Supreme Divinity Pearls, the gods and demons were overjoyed. They could not help but cheer. Heavenly God Luya! Heavenly God Luya! They cheered the name of the winner who had the upper hand. On the side of the Chaos Gods, seeing that Primal Chaos Heavenly God was defeated, their faces darkened. The resentment in their hearts grew. Only the Primal Chaos Heavenly God Luya did not mind. They still had smiles on their faces. Especially Primal Chaos Fire Dance, she was still sneering. If not for the fact that she suddenly met Long Chen's gaze, she would not have stopped sneering. This shocked Long Chen. In reality, Heavenly God Luya was clearly stronger. Why was he so arrogant? Brother, be careful. The expression of the Primal Chaos Heavenly God Luya is a little strange. Long Chen reminded him. After all, this battle was too important. Understood. Heavenly God Luya was completely cold-blooded. At that moment, the basically uninjured Primal Chaos Heavenly God flew up from the Origin Oregon. The gate of Primal Chaos was still behind him. Primal Chaos Heavenly God stared coldly at Heavenly God Luya and said, "You are really not bad. You actually suppressed me. It seems like I am going to lose." However, could the Chaos Gods accept losing 2 battles in a row? Purgatory Flame. Primal Chaos Heavenly God was right in front of Heavenly God Luya.
He took out his third original incipient level creation divine weapon. Looking closely, what suddenly appeared in his hand was a folding fan shrouded in gray death flames. The fan was made entirely of gray bones. It was ferocious and strange. On the fan was a drawing of a cold skull. The skull's eyes were burning with death flames. The silver sun, the gate of primal chaos, and the purgatory flame. 3 original incipient level creation divine weapons appeared one after another. Not only could he see through worlds, but he could also display the destructive power of death. At this moment, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and shot toward the mirror of 3 realms. Buzz! The mirror of the 3 realms vibrated and sent the 2 beams of light back to heavenly god Lu Ya's side. They were swallowed by his ears and exploded in an instant. After these 2 transformations, the power of the light was at least doubled. And this was only the beginning. Next, its speed reached an extreme. In the blink of an eye, billions of transformations had occurred. The terrifying lethality of the light had reached an extreme. Heavenly deity Lu Ya was simply demonstrating that gazes could also kill. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.